Just as Indiana Jones hunts down the golden idol at the start of Raiders of the Lost Ark, Culture Slice has spent much of the last 2 years raiding the Hollywood vaults, digging up films that could, and in some cases should, have become blockbuster success stories. Movies that arrived in cinemas full of hope, only to fall short at the final box office hurdle. Some earned redemption later on VHS or DVD, a few even became beloved classics, while others remained buried treasures, curious relics from another era. But what they all shared was that they flatlined in their big screen release moment. Because say it with me, if it wasn't a hit in cinemas, it wasn't a blockbuster. Just like Dr. Jones, I've been on a quest of my own. It's had its ups, it's had its downs, and it's had the occasional giant rolling boulder. This is the saga so far. All of Culture Slice's Lost Blockbusters and Lost Comedies videos in one place. More than 4 hours of old school movie deep dive goodness. So sit back, relax, and feel free to help yourself to the complimentary buffet. Just maybe steer clear of the chilled monkey brains. The 1980s was a decade littered with films which were meant to be blockbusters. Movies that studios hoped could become financial juggernauts in cinemas, as well as cultural ones beyond them. If they could also deliver a hit soundtrack or a sequel, or even better, both, then they could truly become new franchises for an industry thirsty for profits. Some movies managed to make the grade. A few even achieved every single objective. The money-spinning hand of aces that would become Hollywood's template for decades to come. A lot of the 80s blockbuster contenders, however, were left after their cinema runs with little more than box office disappointment and broken dreams. Some have since gone on to become much-loved classics, whilst others have, rightly or wrongly, remained largely forgotten. As is often true in life though, it is these perceived underachievers which tend to have the most interesting tales to tell. So today, come along for the ride as we explore some of these very films, investigate exactly what happened, and ask whether they deserve more upon release. Time will tell as to whether this series fares any better than the movies we'll be covering and makes a return to the channel.
I'll be back.
Yes, thank you, Skeletor. Anyway, whether this show makes it to another episode or not, let's live in the moment and dive headfirst into evaluating some of the most captivating examples of 80s movie moments that didn't quite pop off when they landed in cinemas. Thank you, and welcome to the show. Tonight we'll be covering 4 lost blockbusters from the glorious days of the 1980s, which didn't end up becoming the chart-smashing cinema hit their backers hoped they would be. And we're going to start with a truly iconic film of the era. If you like this sort of thing, then please do consider subscribing to Culture Slice. But for now, let's rewind to 1986 and a truly unique talent's attempt to turn his genius into a major summer smash hit movie. Wait, I can hear the rumblings now. Yes, Labyrinth, the fantasy classic Labyrinth, with David Bowie, that one. It's a bona fide icon of 80s cinema now, but there can be absolutely no question that, at the time of its release, it was far from a blockbuster. In fact, when it came out in North America in the summer of 1986, it was labelled as a flop. So let's analyse what actually happened. Labyrinth was, of course, directed by Jim Henson, legendary Muppet and Sesame Street creator, a man whose company had taken the fairly maligned puppeteering art form to the top of the entertainment business. There had been a couple of Muppet films, with 1979's Muppet Movie, which was a big hit and was followed by Henson's own 1981 directorial debut, the less profitable Great Muppet Caper, but he had visions beyond the Muppets. He wanted to use puppetry and adjacent storytelling devices to make legitimate, serious movies. 1982's The Dark Crystal, which Henson co-directed with Frank Oz, was a watermark moment for his company and the techniques he had pioneered. This was a serious, layered, and yes, dark fantasy epic with very little comic relief, a total change of pace from his previous work. It remains a pretty staggering achievement. I mean, if you actually watch some of the scenes and consider the craft required to deliver them, it's mind-blowing. Though the box office started slow, it managed to make a profit on its $25 million budget from its US cinema run alone. As Frank Oz notes, it wasn't a huge hit, but it was successful, a one-of-a-kind piece of work that got back to Jim's experimental roots. Many critics at the time, however, saw it as flawed, appreciating its visuals and world building, but feeling it didn't quite have the story or characters to back them up. FYI, I love The Dark Crystal, but I wasn't reviewing movies in America in 1982. Anyway, after the Henson Company went back to the day job, with the Muppets Take Manhattan and a Sesame Street movie, Henson was ready to again attempt to tackle directing beyond that world by the mid-80s. He re-enlisted Brian Froud, the artist who Henson had collaborated with for The Dark Crystal, before asking Terry Jones to plot out the story, and the script was tweaked and updated by numerous people prior to filming beginning. Henson felt that a lack of human characters had hurt The Dark Crystal, so made sure that both the hero of the piece and its key villain were both real human beings. The fact that one of them also happened to be a legitimate music superstar wouldn't hurt with the songs either. The story revolved around Sarah, played by newcomer Jennifer Connelly, chosen from a huge pool of auditionees, a teenager who impulsively wishes for her baby brother Toby to be taken away by David Bowie's Goblin King. Realizing the error of her ways, Sarah must then enter the labyrinth to find Toby before the time elapses and he becomes a permanent goblin. Along the way, she meets a wild cast of characters, and there's the opportunity for David Bowie to perform a few banger songs in conjunction with the residents of this unique world. Labyrinth was filmed between April and September 1985, largely at Elstree Studios, although the preparations had predated this by more than a year. Henson and his team mixed more advanced puppetry with animatronics and the human stars, and the shoot was very complex. With huge sets created, it's a testament to Henson and his legion of puppeteers that such a unique film didn't take longer to complete, and that the budget came in at $25 million, with George Lucas as an actively involved executive producer. To the extent that he helped Henson with the final cut of the film, expectations were high prior to release for ambitious upstart studio TriStar Pictures' biggest release of the summer. Adding a pair of David Bowie singles with music videos, video game and merchandise tie-ins, and a prominent peak season launch date, this felt like the moment. Could Jim Henson release a genuine summer blockbuster? Critical reaction to Labyrinth was not glowingly positive at the time, and occasionally bordered on abusive. Gene Siskel was particularly harsh, calling Labyrinth a really quite awful film with a pathetic story, which was an enormous waste of talent and money. His review concluded that Henson was completely at sea when he tries to create more mature entertainment. Basically, stick with the Muppets, mate. Not all critics were so brutal. The New York Times review called it a fabulous film. Roger Ebert also liked it more than Siskel, but noted that though great energy and creativity went into the construction, Labyrinth didn't have a story that does justice to the production. Good reviews were very much in the minority. Evaluations veered from saying that there was something missing to it being loaded with lavish details but not much else, and that it was an unpleasant trip. Labyrinth opened on June 27, 1986 in North America, and in its first week on release, it managed to make it to number 8 at the box office. I mean, there was some pretty strong competition up against it, but still, that was seen as a noticeable disappointment. The next week, it dropped out of the top 10 and would continue to fall down the chart until it left cinemas in August. Total North American takings for the film's first run were $12.7 million, considerably below what The Dark Crystal managed against its $25 million budget. Did it deserve better on its initial release? Definitely. It's one of the most unique and creative cinematic visions of the 1980s. Am I surprised it didn't achieve more success instantly? Well, no, not really. In hindsight, maybe Labyrinth not becoming an instant smash hit wasn't surprising at all. David Bowie was a star, but he wasn't an obvious blockbuster movie star, and Jennifer Connelly, in just her 4th film, was an unknown quantity. Fantasy films by this point had repeatedly underperformed at the box office as well. The movie had a lot going for it, but also wasn't easily definable in a single line. That meant that marketing the thing needed a nuance which didn't seem to be forthcoming. It was different, that was for sure, and its strengths could be seen as weaknesses in the unforgiving world of Hollywood's summer release slate. As a sign of the general direction of travel, a planned December release for a 3rd single from the soundtrack was cancelled. As Son Brian reflected recently, I do think Labyrinth was the one where he thought they just didn't like it. People don't like it, and he really didn't expect that. The reaction and box office affected Henson, a natural overthinker. He'd poured his heart and soul into the film and was genuinely excited to prove that he could deliver on the promise of The Dark Crystal and graduate as a filmmaker beyond the Muppets. In his mind, when Labyrinth was met with a muted response, he had failed. But the thing is, that wasn't the whole story. As it was rolled out in other territories over the rest of 1986 and into 1987, it was greeted more positively. It did really well in the UK, where it received a royal premiere with Charles and Diana, before becoming the biggest film of Christmas 1986, and repeated that in other countries along the way. In the end, the total worldwide takings of $34 million weren't close to blockbuster levels, but the film had found a receptive audience outside of the US. For a film like Labyrinth though, it always felt like its true legacy would be found beyond the first watch, and that absolutely proved to be the case. It has remained constantly on TV and became a huge success on first video and then DVD and Blu-ray. Lord knows how many copies it has sold, but I'd wager that half of my friends have at least one copy. It's now generally considered as a true classic, maintains a massive following, and is acknowledged as a legitimately valuable example of fantasy filmmaking. Labyrinth would be the last film Henson would direct, and he largely went back to making TV in the years that followed its release. Brilliant, imaginative, innovative TV, but TV nonetheless. He negotiated a deal to sell his company to Disney so he could concentrate on creativity rather than business, but that wouldn't be completed before his untimely death in 1990.
Jim Henson's sudden death has saddened Muppet fans everywhere, adults and children alike.
He never got another attempt at making a summer blockbuster, but he was able to bask in some of the glowing afterlife Labyrinth received from international markets and home viewing. He saw it go from a flop to a classic. And what a legacy he has left behind. As Henson said of the message of Labyrinth, you don't have to give up your fantasies because you grow up. They're part of you all your life. Welcome back. In life, timing is as important as talent, and getting your timing wrong can have a whole host of residual impacts as well. This is as true as ever for our next film, one which perhaps should have become the next big thing in the summer of 1984, but that, aside from anything else, had the bad fortune of arriving at the peak of one of the strongest years the movie business has ever produced.
Reading Starfighter.
1984, what a year for Hollywood that was. I mean, you had Ghostbusters and Gremlins released on the same day, and The Karate Kid following just 2 weeks later. Business was good, and creatively, things were pretty exciting. Entering this packed arena in July of '84 was a brand new player. You could call it the original Ready Player One. It didn't feature any major stars or an enormous budget, but it had a lot going for it if it could grab some attention amongst the busy cinematic field. The Last Starfighter was the brainchild of a young screenwriter named Jonathan Betuel and was the first script of his which had been greenlit. Production house Lorimar was more known for its TV properties, which included the likes of Dallas and Knots Landing at the time, and had produced hit films like An Officer and a Gentleman, but it wasn't in the market for sci-fi epics. This was something of a jump into the unknown for them as well. But producer Gary Adelson, known for TV shows and TV movies, and his team saw the potential, plus their co-production agreement with Universal meant that the film had a distributor ready to go, and a $15 million budget was set in place to deliver it. Even with all this ready though, the film was ambitious. In the wake of the mind-blowing world created for 1982's Tron, The Last Starfighter was hoping to continue to push cinema's technical boundaries. As Adelson remembers, a guy named John Whitney, who was an MIT genius and a great salesman, sold me on the idea of doing something that had never been done before, which is photorealistic computer graphics. And somehow, I sold Lorimar and Universal on that it could be done. Even though it never had been done, we didn't know if it could be done, but we set out to do it anyway. Even if Tron had used vector-based graphics to create its ultra-stylized aesthetic 2 years prior, The Last Starfighter was still attempting to add fully rendered 3D environments and objects in a slightly more recognizable world and in a brand new way, replacing the standard process for model-based effects work. Working within the technical CGI restraints of the day, it was massively innovative. The director chosen for the project was Michael Myers. Yes, Michael Myers, or at least the guy who played him in the original Halloween movie, Nick Castle. Castle had written Escape from New York with John Carpenter and had only directed one film before this, the mad 1982 slasher satire comedy action based around the game popular at unis at the time, Tag, the assassination game. It had cost $3 million to make, doesn't seem to have made much or been released on video or DVD, but it is available in full on YouTube and appears to have found an audience in Germany.
Du darfst mir nicht verraten.
Even the star of The Last Starfighter, Lance Guest, had only been in 2 films before, so the project was filled with fresh faces on both sides of the camera. On-set filming began in October 1983 and was wrapped in December, but the film's extensive use of CGI meant that there was still months of computer work ahead before it could be released. The movie told the story of Alex, whose world revolved around a dusty trailer park community. His life is unremarkable, apart from the fact that he is really, really good at playing the Starfighter arcade game outside the local store. When he breaks the record score, he discovers that this is in fact a test simulator, and that he has now been recruited by a man called Centauri, played by Robert Preston, to become an elite starfighter. Eventually, he becomes the galaxy's lone chance of success for the Star League in a legitimate intergalactic war against the Kodan Armada. There's also a subplot with an android version of Alex placed on Earth so that his girlfriend, Catherine Mary Stewart's Maggie, and his family don't clock that he's gone, and some buddy comedy hijinks between Alex and his new best friend, alien pilot Grig, played by Dan O'Herlihy. When the film was ready for preview screenings, Critical response was generally positive, if not overly gushing in praise, but they liked it. Reviews range from corny but somehow it works, to clever, exciting and fun, and good-humoured, bent on action, and even touching.
When all these complications have been sorted out, The Last Starfighter girds up its loins to become a fairly straightforward space adventure, and a very enjoyable one it is. The electronic effects and gadgetry are, as we've now come not only to expect but to demand, very impressive indeed, and the human story is nicely handled too. One might quibble that the film cribs rather heavily from Star Wars and Close Encounters, but if you have to pinch ideas, these are good places to pinch them from.
The Last Starfighter was released in North American cinemas on July 13th, 1984, and became a contender, at least initially, landing in third place in its opening weekend, behind Ghostbusters and Gremlins, and ahead of The Karate Kid, although that had been out for 4 weeks already at this point. Unlike all three of those films though, it didn't offer that much staying power. The Last Starfighter dropped out of the top 10 in its third week and was out of cinemas before the end of August. Total North American box office exceeded $22 million, which extended to more than $29 million from international takings as the film was released across the world over the coming months. Sadly, this was nothing compared to the behemoths which dominated cinema in the summer of '84. And it left a real sense of what might have been. Far from a blockbuster, The Last Starfighter became, from a purely business perspective, just another movie. So why didn't The Last Starfighter succeed in becoming a breakout blockbuster? Obviously, there's the competition. '84 has to go down as a top 5 year for Hollywood of the last 40 years, perhaps ever. Avoiding the summer release date in this instance might have given it more of a shot. It was never going to compare with the marketing power behind more prominent releases, so launching outside of peak season was, in all likelihood, the way to go. The CGI was innovative, but certainly different for audiences brought up on the model-based work of the Star Wars movies. The film may well have been a victim of its own early adopter status. The movie tries to be a lot of things, from romantic comedy to screwball farce to coming-of-age drama to sci-fi epic. It manages to hit them on the target pretty well, with a clever twist on the sci-fi genre thrown in, but it did make the promotion for the film a bit more complex. Equally, between the time the movie was greenlit and made, the entire video game industry in the United States saw a massive recession, crashing the second wave of gaming in North America and not recovering until 1985, long after The Last Starfighter had left cinemas. It feels like launching a movie with a narrative driven by a video game in the middle of this period would probably impact the trajectory of said movie. Once again, bad timing had struck. But despite all of this, it has remained a favourite of mine over the decades. It's a pretty lo-fi film for an intergalactic sci-fi space opera, something which might have contributed to it not setting the world alight in cinemas, but that also helps to make it unique. The production design is beautiful, Craig Safan's score is genuinely outstanding, and the performances are universally excellent. I get the Star Wars light critique and the analysis that it's cheesy, and that's all part of its charm. It won't change the world, and the effects have dated of course, but it's so well made, and with its heart in the right place, it never fails to draw me in whenever it turns up again in my life, like an alien recruiter in a trailer park. And The Last Starfighter's heritage has lived on. The film found a larger audience on VHS as rentals and then sales became a bigger and bigger opportunity for Hollywood redemption. Cable TV became a natural home for a movie which has absolutely had a considerable extended shelf life. And it is one which I think is richly deserved. Alex's escape from his day-to-day reality becomes the ticket to changing his life forever. Though it's unlikely any of us will be recruited for interstellar battles anytime soon, there's a lesson about following our dreams that I think we would all be well placed to be reminded of from time to time. Welcome back to the show. Thank you. Can somebody have them removed, please? Hello? Hello? Anyway, moving forward a year to 1985, we arrive at a movie which attempted to tell a deceptively complex tale of how warring parties have more in common than they do in conflict, but ended up with a fired director, a massively delayed production which ballooned way over budget, and a messy release that fell apart at the box office. But did this mid-80s sci-fi movie actually deserve considerably better? I've always been fascinated by films which arrive after really messy, difficult productions. Sometimes you can clearly see the growing pains on camera, in the performances or the technical issues. And sometimes they're received so badly that they can even bring down entire studios. In the case of the seemingly never-ending creation of a movie like 1985's Enemy Mine, however, the issues the film had ended up damning the whole project before it was even in cinemas. Enemy Mine was adapted from a 1979 short story of the same name, created by Barry Longyear, which appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine in 1979. The title was a reference to the feelings of the two protagonists, as in enemy of mine, although the studio later requested that an actual mine was added to the movie so as not to confuse the audience too much. Hollywood, eh? It was greenlit to go into production in 1983, more than 2 years before the finished product would eventually be delivered, initially under the direction of Richard Loncraine, a BBC trainee who had made British films, TV and adverts before being called up to Hollywood. Enemy Mine told the story of a pair of soldiers, one human and one alien, on opposite sides of a late 21st century space-age war, who are both stranded on a wasteland of a planet far from their home. Despite being enemies, they learn that they must work together to survive, in turn opening the possibility of reconsidering their deep-seated hatred for each other and their races. As the tagline explained it upon release, enemies because they were taught to be, allies because they had to be, brothers because they dared to be. 20th Century Fox saw sense in the commission of the film, after their own Lucasfilm-produced Star Wars releases had made the race to find the next sci-fi hits a priority of the whole industry. A lot of the films that had entered that race had also been box office bombs, but that's par for the course in Hollywood to some extent, and Enemy Mine would, theoretically, be fairly straightforward to make, given that the main body of the film took place in the stable setting of the inhospitable planet. Best laid plans, I guess. It was clear that the film would live or die on the casting of the two main characters. For the human lead Davidge, Loncraine installed up-and-coming star Dennis Quaid, who had broken out in 1983's Oscar-nominated The Right Stuff and had just become the lead of Dreamscape, another sci-fi movie. For Jerry, the alien from the Drac species, Lou Gossett Jr. took the role. Becoming a Drac required Gossett Jr. to spend 5 hours or more every day in the makeup room, but he was up for it, after winning the Best Supporting Actor Oscar in 1982 for An Officer and a Gentleman. He had, in his own words, struggled to build on that success with the kind of roles he craved. I thought I'd be able to write my own ticket. I was very disappointed, but now I feel I'm getting somewhere. Getting somewhere, however, is more than could be said for Enemy Mine. On-location shooting began in April 1984 in Iceland, a move executive producer Stanley O'Toole fought against. The studio backed their Iceland-loving director, but this rapidly proved a flawed decision. As makeup and effects artist Chris Wallace remembers, working in Iceland was an amazingly grueling experience. It was simply astonishing how badly the production went. Not only was the shoot chaotic, but the footage they were seeing was apparently far from what the execs envisaged. Eventually, at the behest of executive producer O'Toole, Fox agreed to fire Loncraine and shut down production. With millions already spent on the movie, Enemy Mine's future was completely uncertain. They obviously needed a new director, and fairly sharpish. The studio wanted Wolfgang Petersen, an Oscar nominee for 1981's Das Boot, and a man who was on the verge of releasing The Never-Ending Story. I got a call in the middle of the night. It was my agent calling. He said he had just got a call from Iceland, asking if I would like to take over a very big, very important film called Enemy Mine. I said no. 48 hours later though, Petersen changed his mind, but only if he could fully complete things on The Never-Ending Story and, after he had seen the Enemy Mine footage so far, if he could also scrap the lot and start again from scratch. Petersen wanted to move production to Bavaria Studios in Munich, with some on-location shooting in Lanzarote, and pause work for 6 months to allow him and his team to prepare. Obviously, this would add a considerable amount to the budget and move the movie from a summer to a winter release, but it could salvage what was an important film from Fox's 1985 slate. For Quaid and Gossett Jr., they would be kept on the payroll throughout. A pretty sweet deal, and as the latter put it at the time, neither of us was complaining. The entire visual design of the movie was overhauled, right down to a total change of Gossett Jr.'s alien look, and what was now Petersen's film moved into production in the winter of 1984. With the crossover of different ideas and various teams from Germany and the States, along with regular technical issues causing further delays. Unsurprisingly, the overall budget had increased, and the onus on the film to become a big hit had ballooned with it. In the end, Enemy Mine cost more than $40 million, and rumours persist that it was even higher, more than double the original estimate and far more than many of the most successful movies of 1985's summer season, such as Back to the Future, The Goonies and Cocoon. By the time the film was ready for release, summer and autumn of '85 were in the rearview mirror. Having already pushed so much cash into the furnace on the movie, Fox decided to go all out with a massive marketing spend to top it off. They bought full-page adverts in the major newspapers, ran TV commercial roadblocks on the big networks, and plastered the malls of America with posters. After all this, could this basket case of a production actually deliver a winter blockbuster movie? Initial critical responses, though not all negative, didn't exactly bode very well for that to become a reality. Janet Maslin in the New York Times said it was a costly, awful-looking science fiction epic with one of the weirdest storylines ever to hit the screen, and it was labelled as one of the largest wastes of money ever in TV Guide. Even the more positive reviews didn't indicate that this movie, which needed to make big money, would be successful, as Gene Siskel noted. Although you probably haven't heard much about Enemy Mine this season, you might want to check it out. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Welcome to this very special Christmas edition of Film 1985. Even though the likes of Back to the Future and Rambo First Blood Part 2 have proved big hits, the overall story of the year has been the glut of financial failures, including the likes of Return to Oz and The Black Cauldron. Never fear though, winter is here, and it brings with it box office banker Rocky IV, along with Steven Spielberg's The Color Purple, and maybe the oddest major release we'll see this year. Enemy Mine features an alien speaking Russian backwards and impregnating themselves, and comes to you from the director of The Never-Ending Story. Obviously. But could this unique movie actually become the sleeper hit of 1985 at the very last minute? Sorry, flipped into 80s presenter mode again for a second there. Anyway, the film finally arrived in cinemas on December 20th, 1985, and stumbled to number 9 in its first weekend, making just over $1.5 million. Total box office of little over $12 million marked Enemy Mine as a complete and utter flop. Reports at the time indicated it would have needed to make $100 million to break even. It never stood a chance. In the end, Enemy Mine has to be seen as a cursed production, almost from the beginning, but watching it back 40 years later, the movie is shockingly good despite it all. I struggle to understand some of the harsher reviews from the time. Quaid and Gossett Jr. are terrific in the lead roles, and the calm, methodical, thoughtful pace allows for engrossing character development. It feels old school, more like a theatre play than an 80s sci-fi movie, and that's a really good thing. Things do get a little messier as we head towards the final act, but the main body of the movie is really solid. I'm totally perplexed as to why they thought this would work as a tentpole summer movie, even before all the production issues, but it holds a lot more to cherish than its checkered history behind the scenes would indicate. After such a huge spend on making the movie, and then marketing it, box office performance would have needed to be outstanding, and that was always highly unlikely. The adverts and posters made it look like some sort of Clash of the Titans sci-fi shoot 'em up, whereas the real movie feels like something much more subdued and considered. If it had remained with a lower budget and not over-promoted as a blockbuster in waiting, Enemy Mine maybe could have had a chance. A slow build push towards a far lower bar of profitability. I guess at the time that wasn't really the done thing with sci-fi movies, and as the chips fell in the real world, it was DOA when it did land in cinemas. The movie has since built up a small screen fanbase and deserves its status as a cult classic. It took Peterson 6 years to make another film in Hollywood, 1991 Shattered, and it wasn't until In the Line of Fire 2 years later that his US career would really catch a blaze. Long Crane steered clear of Hollywood himself for a long time after his mid-80s troubles, and as far as I can tell, has never discussed his time on the project publicly. Enemy Mine ended up being a classic example of Hollywood chasing its own tail. The process of its creation left a lot of scars on some of those involved, but without all the madness, the film wouldn't exist as it does. And it's a film which has a lot of merit. Its failure at the box office, though, does go to show that not every movie is meant to be a blockbuster. For our final film tonight, we are going forward a couple of years to 1987, and a time when a rogue, over-leveraged and almost bankrupt film studio had promised to release the Star Wars of the 80s from a toy line and cartoon whose peak in popularity had been and gone, starring Ivan Drago from Rocky IV. What could possibly go wrong? Or should that actually be right? Looking at it objectively, this movie should have been massive really, shouldn't it? If only basically everything had happened differently. Hollywood has an patchy history when it comes to adapting toy lines into movies, something which will be a part of its future as well. I mean, just because Barbie was such a triumph, it doesn't mean that the Rock'em Sock'em Robots or Hot Wheels movies are going to work out great too. Although a Viewmaster feature film might be pretty cool. Anyway, to give some grace to Hollywood, maybe this kind of adaptation running into trouble is partially understandable. Obviously driven by a commercial imperative, and it's often recognizable IP without a fully fleshed out narrative or the required nuance to build a feature-length film around. Without license for creative freedom for the filmmakers, they could essentially become 90-minute adverts, and some padding is going to be required anyway. But even when you have that, things can still get messy, especially at a time when this kind of diversification into major movies was not a well-trodden path. After release in the early 1980s, Mattel's He-Man and the Masters of the Universe toys were some of the biggest selling on the planet. Ronald Reagan's administration had relaxed laws relating to advertising to kids, allowing for a glut of cartoons linked to toy brands to be thrust onto TV. And He-Man's cartoon became one of the most popular. When it arrived on screens in 1983, an animated film starring not just He-Man, but new cast addition She-Ra arrived 2 years later in cinemas. The thing is though, Hollywood wasn't interested in a live-action version, as exec producer Edward R. Pressman discovered when he started shopping the thing around town. A studio which would put the thing into production though was Cannon, and they had enough problems of their own at the time. Cannon was a unique studio. They were not one of the majors, but they did have some major success, not least the Sylvester Stallone movie Cobra, which made $160 million, the equivalent of more than $450 million if adjusted for inflation today. Their bread and butter was B-movies and the kind of things the big studios wouldn't touch, and, for a time, their model worked, but their empire was built on sand. As they expanded into buying cinemas, distributors, and film libraries, that business model built on bad loans was now creating massive financial issues. All of this was happening as Masters of the Universe was being made and released, and impacted every stage of development. There were other red flags for the film. A year before Dolph & Co. hit the big screen, another major 80s toy and cartoon cash cow had made it into cinemas, in the form of 1986's Transformers the movie. Though I think this film was massively undervalued at the time and would love to make a full video about it one day, there's no doubt that this was not a success upon release, either critically or commercially. It should have been, but I'm keenly aware that being aggrieved about the unfair treatment received by an animated movie released almost 40 years ago might actually be the first sign of madness. I mentioned the original Transformers film not just because it is awesome, but also because it demonstrated further the negative air around toy lines in Hollywood as Masters of the Universe began to position itself on the starting line. There was already an increasingly dismissive tone in the reporting for animated adaptations, so a live-action He-Man was starting from a few steps further behind. In fact, filming on Masters of the Universe began just 3 days after Transformers the movie had landed in North American cinemas. Combine this with the fact that interest in the He-Man toys was beginning to wane fairly rapidly, and you had a cocktail of catastrophe ready to go. Mattel was banking on the movie to make the next year's toy line a success. The art of cinema, eh? Masters of the Universe was directed by Gary Goddard, who had industry experience and had created theme park rides aplenty, but had not directed a film before. For the all-important role of He-Man, the choice was Dolph Lundgren, the inexperienced martial artist turned actor who was just coming off his breakout role as Ivan Drago in Rocky IV. This was only his third movie, and he looked the part, but there was a concern if he could pull it off. The other key character was, of course, He-Man's nemesis Skeletor, and he was played by Frank Langella, a decorated stage and screen actor who took the part as his son was such a huge fan of the cartoons and toys. His performance is legitimately outstanding, and he chews the scenery apart in every scene he's in.
People of Eternia, I stand before the great eye of the galaxy, chosen by destiny to receive the powers of Grayskull.
The characters who did make it into the film were filled out by experienced thespians and inexperienced newcomers. Plenty of cartoon regulars weren't in the movie, and they even added a few new ones, such as Billy Barty's Gwildor, a locksmith and inventor who plays a fairly major part in the narrative here. A young Courtney Cox, fresh from TV work and a Bruce Springsteen music video, took on the part of Julie who, along with her boyfriend Kevin, played by Robert Duncan McNeil, becomes the main ally of He-Man and crew on Earth, along with Back to the Future's James Tolkien as the interfering detective Lubin. Ah yes, Earth. The original script had been set largely on Eternia, and was markedly different to what made it to cinemas. But the movie that did get made told the tale of He-Man and his allies being forced to escape to Earth to stop Skeletor from taking control of the cosmic key and therefore control of the universe. You see, Skeletor has taken over Castle Grayskull, the centre of power for the universe, and captured the good sorceress of Grayskull, played by Christina Pickles, who would also go on to become Courtney Cox's mum in Friends less than a decade later. On Earth, He-Man meets Julie and Kevin, and also making the trip are Skeletor's henchmen, and later is number 2 Evil Lyn and even the Evil Man himself. The battle for control of Eternia takes a road trip to California and back. The production of the film was far from smooth. Mattel had some say over the movie and initially vetoed things like He-Man hurting people, which was quite an ask. So the solution was generic bargain bin stormtroopers were added so that He-Man could obliterate them freely, a move which did not help with the Star Wars comparisons brought on by claims from canon that this would be the movie to replace it. Mattel were also shocked by the early footage they saw of Lundgren's accent, given he was from Sweden, and requested that his role be voiced by someone else. Eventually this went away after pushback from canon, as did a lot of Mattel's micromanagement when sales of their toy line spiraled downwards whilst the movie was being made and the company demanded a hit film. Mattel and Canon had agreed to pay half of the film's budget each, but Canon were not so forthcoming with their half, so the film stumbled to the finish line. Crew pay didn't arrive on multiple occasions, but a staff mutiny was somehow avoided. As Goddard tells it, he put up his money and brought a skeleton crew to film the final battle between He-Man and Skeletor using dark light to obscure the fact that the budget was gone. As Goddard remembers, the movie had a lot riding on it. The fact that most people don't know is that when we started this picture, we had two very desperate entities, Canon and Mattel, hoping that this picture was going to solve all of their problems. For Mattel, they were desperate for the film to reignite their ailing toy brand. For Canon, this was absolutely a last roll of the dice. Masters of the Universe was released on August 7th, 1987 in North America. It landed in 3rd spot in its opening weekend, behind The Living Daylights and Stakeout, but it built absolutely zero momentum. After one more week, it bowed out of the top 10, and after 2 more, it was out of cinemas. The Star Wars of the 80s made less money at the box office than Ernest Goes to Camp and Revenge of the Nerds 2, Nerds in Paradise. Reviews were, shall we say, suboptimal? Variety noted that all elements are of epic proportions in this Conan Star Wars hybrid ripoff, and the result is a colossal bore. While the LA Times called it a misfiring, underdone epic. The BBC's erstwhile reviewer Barry Norman wasn't particularly impressed either.
Lest I give the impression that Masters of the Universe could confidently plead not guilty to any possible charge of originality, I must add that He-Man and company do have a salutation I'd not heard before. Good journey, they say to each other on parting. And this, I imagine, is the intergalactic equivalent of have a nice day. What? The acting? Well, what kind of acting would you expect in stuff like this? Let us simply say that they all do their best in difficult circumstances.
Masters of the Universe grossed $17 million against a production budget of $22 million. Far from becoming a blockbuster, the movie was labelled a bomb at the time and is remembered as a disaster. I take all of this on board, and maybe it's partly thanks to my misty-eyed memories of watching this movie as a kid on BBC Two, but I can't help but feel a sense of love for this much maligned epic, despite all its flaws. The art direction veers from fairly non-existent to legitimately stunning. Everyone involved seems to be having a great time, whether in reality they were or not, and the 80s aesthetic pretty much oozes off the screen. Dolph Lundgren manages to get by as He-Man.
Let her go. I don't think so.
But this is Frank Langella's film, really, giving one of the best villain performances in the history of sci-fi / action / comic book / toy adaptations / whatever you categorize this broad genre as. I really do think He should have been considered for award season, as crazy as that might sound, in a movie this derided. It's no surprise to hear that Skeletor is one of his favourite roles. Masters of the Universe, of course, never did become the Star Wars of the 80s and was always going to struggle to become a blockbuster under the circumstances. But it's a movie that I think has grown in stature with age. It's not a masterpiece or anything, but it is a time capsule film for a time we will never be going back to, as much as we or I might want to. Perhaps things could have been different. If they had managed to get a live action film released not too long after the Secret of the Sword animated film in the summer of 1985, or even replace that in the release schedule, the momentum might have been able to help carry a He-Man movie to more success. Or maybe not. I guess we'll never know. Canon intended to make a sequel without Lundgren and at a far lower budget, but that obviously didn't end up happening. After they balked at paying licensing fees to Mattel, the sets and costumes produced for the sequel would instead be used in the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie Cyborg. In the end, Canon continued making films into the 90s, but collapsed in a sea of mergers and lawsuits, leaving the film industry poorer for losing one of the last renegade studios around. Mattel survived their sales dip, of course, and have mobilized their film output in recent years. The Mattel Films division has structure and plans and a roadmap of movies. Lots of toy movies. So the haphazard fumbling which characterized much of the production of the original Masters of the Universe film won't be happening again in the painfully organized world of modern media giants. Although how many big-budget adaptations of toy brands the world really needs is another question, but that's a matter for another day. This ultra-corporatization might lead to less mess, but it still feels like it is also losing a lot of the charm of films like Masters of the Universe. We may never see its like again, and for me, that actually is a shame. In Hollywood, the final chapter is rarely written for good. A remake or sequel for all 4 films that we've covered tonight has been at different stages of progress over the years. Some might even make it to cinemas in our lifetime. When Labyrinth became such a massive seller on DVD, Curse of the Goblin King was apparently floated seriously as a title for Part 2, and a reboot was officially announced in 2016. Apparently that is still the case in 2024, though it seems little progress has been made. Maybe that's for the best. A sequel to The Last Starfighter has been a talking point amongst fans for decades. The ending of Part 1 couldn't have set it up better. Due to legal issues over who actually owns the rights, it's looking increasingly unlikely that what would surely need to be a remake at this stage will happen anytime soon. But you never know. Earlier this year, it was confirmed that Star Trek Picard showrunner Terry Matalas was working on a remake of Enemy Mine. And a new Masters of the Universe film is actually locked in for the summer of 2026, and it's being directed by Travis Knight, who made the 2018 Bumblebee movie, so that does have some legitimate potential. Whether these movies actually need reboots is a matter of conjecture. I personally like new ideas. It feels like there being so many first-time ever films was an important element of what made 80s cinema so magic. Even if studios were keen for sequels back then too. I guess Transformers films have made untold billions now, and He-Man has a story which hasn't been overexposed on the big screen, but if the new movie is a success, it certainly will be. Either way, in today's world, where Hollywood's hand is constantly in the old movie cookie jar, a good story idea is never laid to rest.
Now available on video cassette.
The 1990s, in many ways, a true golden age for Hollywood studios. The blockbuster movie machine, born in the 70s and refined in the 80s, was now a well-oiled juggernaut. With bigger budgets, advancing special effects, and megastars able to sell a film on their name value alone. The video and later DVD market was an absolute goldmine, and internet-fueled cultural fragmentation was still years away. If a movie was big, everyone had seen it. But not every film with major ambitions would hit the mark in the 90s. Some wannabe blockbusters, crafted to be all-conquering pop culture moments, with the potential for sequels, spin-offs and merchandise cash-ins, in fact ended up largely forgotten before the world moved wearily towards a brand new century. And today, in the second episode of Lost Blockbusters, we're heading to a new decade to explore 4 fascinating examples of major studio releases that fell by the wayside. Isn't that right, Sly?
I am the law!
Oh, you always say that. Anyway, as Lost Blockbusters itself makes it to a sequel, we're swinging into action to get under the bonnet of 4 1990s releases which weren't quite as off the hook as their studios had hoped when they landed in cinemas. Thank you, and welcome back to the show, because that's right, we got recommissioned. Thank you. Thanks. And now that we are officially back, let's get up to speed with a reminder of what exactly we're banging on about. A Lost Blockbuster is a film that was meant to be a big hit in cinemas, but one that, for whatever reason, ended up tanking in its initial theatrical run. A major release movie that, in a parallel universe, might have dominated the box office and delivered numerous additional revenue streams. In our reality though, even if some found a second life on home video, TV airings or even streaming, these movies lost their chance at achieving blockbuster status forevermore. Because say it with me, if it wasn't a hit in cinemas, it wasn't a blockbuster.
We learned it was a flop.
And for the first of 4 Lost Blockbusters we'll be covering tonight, we're strapping on a jetpack and flying all the way back to 1991. To a time when Disney thought they had the new Indiana Jones ready to go as a young director and George Lucas' protege offered up an Art Deco comic strip adaptation that promised not just a smash hit film, but sequels, toy sales, and even critical acclaim. Even if it just about achieved the last one, the other aims ended up unfulfilled. But why did one of the early 90s biggest cinematic what-ifs never quite manage to take off? Our story begins in the summer of 1989. After becoming an increasingly integral part of the blockbuster machinery at Lucasfilm and ILM, delivering design and effects work on classics from Star Wars to Raiders of the Lost Ark, Joe Johnston is on the verge of delivering his directorial debut for Disney, and it was a film which exceeded everyone's expectations. Released in June of that year, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids utilised many of the special effects tips and tricks Johnson had learnt in his apprenticeship to excellent effect, creating a movie that became one of the most iconic family films of the generation and one of the most profitable productions of the year. Made for $18 million, and despite some questionable reviews, the Rick Moranis-powered surprise package eventually delivered over $200 million in cinemas and became the 7th highest grossing film of 1989. Outperforming much more fancied sequels Ghostbusters 2 and Back to the Future Part 2 at a fraction of the cost, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids made Johnston one of the hottest young directors in Hollywood. And as luck would have it, the film he wanted to make was just being given the green light. Everything seemed to be falling into place. The Rocketeer, which began life as a secondary comic character in 1982 but became popular enough for special edition releases 2 years later, had been stuck in the development doldrums for almost the same amount of time. After initially attempting to make a low-budget black and white adaptation, creator Dave Stevens had instead recruited Danny Bilson, Paul DeMeo, and later Harry and the Hendersons director William Deere to craft a Hollywood-ready script to shop around the major studios, telling the same tale as the original comic strip, with stunt pilot Cliff Secord discovering a jetpack in the late 1930s that allows him to fly without the need of a plane. The movie version was tweaked to become both more family-friendly, for example changing Cliff's girlfriend's profession from nude model to acting extra, and blockbuster movie ready, relocating the story to Hollywood and ending the film on a huge Zeppelin-based set piece. With these updates in place and executives seeing the potential for toy sales, theme park integrations and financial upsides, which could take the brand to infinity and beyond, Disney eventually bit and agreed to make the Rocketeer movie a reality. Joe Johnston had been a big fan of the comics and used his newfound clout as a director to campaign hard for the chair on the project. The Rocketeer and Johnston, who'd not only just made a hit for Disney, but also had considerable visual effects experience, felt like a match made in heaven. Execs must have been seeing dollar bills in their sleep, so much so that Jeffrey Katzenberg, the studio's chairman, moved the project from a Touchstone Pictures release to being Walt Disney Pictures' tentpole summer movie of 1991. How could it go wrong? The story of the Rocketeer took audiences back to a pre-World War II 1930s California, where young stunt pilot Cliff, played by Bill Campbell, unwittingly comes into possession of a top-secret rocket-powered jetpack that gives whoever wears it the ability to fly, but which is also much coveted by the Nazis. After using the jetpack to avert a nearly deadly accident at an air show, the story of the Rocketeer becomes the talk of the town. What unfolds is a tale of German spies, Hollywood dreams, gangsters, Howard Hughes, the FBI, and Cliff's true love, aspiring actress Jenny, played by Jennifer Connelly. The setting and time period allowed for a beautiful Art Deco design palette to be implemented, and the likes of Timothy Dalton, Alan Arkin, and Paul Sorvino filled out the first-class cast list. Cameras rolled on the Rocketeer in September of 1990, wrapping up in early 91 across Los Angeles, by which point Disney, despite the fact that Johnston fought for Campbell to play the lead rather than their first choice, Johnny Depp, were all in on the film becoming their next cash cow. During production, they increased the budget from $25 to $35 million to allow the picture to become grander in scope, before agreeing numerous brand tie-ins and setting in motion plans for a huge range of video games, toys, clothes, and various other merchandise lines. They spent $20 million on TV adverts prior to release. Make no mistake, the Rocketeer was going to be the start of something huge. When the film premiered at the newly refurbished El Capitan Theatre on June 19th of 1991, the buzz, whether manufactured or organic, was considerable. Reviews were generally positive too, though the likes of Leonard Maltin noted the gee-whiz innocence of Saturday matinee serials, and Janet Maslin said in the New York Times that it had everything it needs except a personality of its own. The overall sentiment was a good one. Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel both gave it a thumbs up, and Peter Travers in Rolling Stone was gushing with praise. The Rocketeer is more than one of the best films of the summer. It's the kind of movie magic that we don't see much anymore, the kind that charms us rather than bullying us into suspending disbelief. And then, 2 days after the premiere, the film opened. Although Buena Vista president Dick Cook stated we've got to be pleased with the way it's performed to the press after the opening weekend, internally there had to be panic setting in when the first numbers started to roll in. Debuting in 4th place behind not just the all-conquering Robin Hood Prince of Thieves, but also both City Slickers and Dying Young, the Rocketeer crash landed at the North American box office. It would drop 25% in takings by its second weekend and would only last 2 more before dropping out of the top 10 for good, by which point Terminator 2 had joined Robin Hood as the cool, successful films of the season. It would end up only making just over $46 million in the US and Canada, not nearly enough to create a franchise. Disney attempted to change things. The beautiful Art Deco poster art was replaced to feature a montage of the film's stars. The distributor became Touchstone in other international markets to attempt to attract the teenage audience who had ignored it in America. The hope remained for a Batman-style merchandise bonanza with a huge toy line on standby, but the second wind never came for the Rocketeer. The toy line was cancelled and the film limped out of cinemas. Though I loved it as a kid, I'm actually surprised by how completely convinced Disney were that the Rocketeer was bound for glory on multiple fronts in the summer of '91. Released in the fiercely competitive summer months in a particularly hot year, this is a good movie, but it wasn't exactly in line with the prevailing trends of Hollywood hits at the time. It also felt that the studio was at odds with itself on who the movie was actually for. When you watch The Rocketeer, putting the merits of the film aside for a minute, it doesn't exactly scream merchandise machine. Being set in the 1930s gave the film a compelling visual identity, but kids in 1991 weren't going to give 2 hoots about Errol Flynn reference points or intricate Art Deco design. The pacing was fairly slow burn for a family-friendly blockbuster, and some of the characterizations felt pretty jarringly adult. At the same time, Disney marketed the thing as a kid-friendly summer blockbuster, which might have left adults and especially teenagers confused. The film was cast well, but without the kind of star power to mark it as an obvious blockbuster opening. It would need time to find an audience, something which Disney didn't or couldn't give it. Bill Campbell was an unknown quantity in the lead role of a major Hollywood release, and Jennifer Connelly hadn't managed a hit so far in her career. Yes, as we explored in the last episode of Lost Blockbusters, even Labyrinth had flopped at the time. Timothy Dalton was years removed from a Bond movie and playing against type to most audiences as the film's villain. Don't get me wrong, I really like The Rocketeer. In an alternate universe, I would have been more than happy with this being a runaway smash at the box office, and for the world to be overtaken by people walking around in souvenir Rocketeer helmets. But in the era of Batman becoming the coolest comic adaptation around, at the time this was just never going to compete, especially when the general public were getting mixed signals around what the movie really was. There is so much to enjoy as well. It looks timeless, features routinely excellent performances, and includes James Horner's beautiful score, so it's absolutely no surprise that it has become a notable cult classic, but at the time, it was always destined to fail. Bill Campbell, never the studio's first choice for the lead, would continue to work consistently but never got another chance to headline a major movie. Jennifer Connelly's eclectic career would eventually lead to an Oscar in 2001, and has mentioned in recent years that she wouldn't be opposed to appearing in a legacy sequel if there's an amazing story and the characters are really interesting. As for Joe Johnston, his post-Rocketeer career veered from huge success to notable misfires, but it would end up being his experience in making The Rocketeer that would help him to become the ideal candidate for another period blockbuster, Captain America: The First Avenger, which became the 5th movie from the MCU in 2011 and really took the director's journey full circle. From the first moment of development, The Rocketeer had been pitched as part 1 of a trilogy of movies, with the lead actors contracted for at least 1 more. Clearly this didn't happen, but Disney hasn't completely forgotten the franchise over the years. Various follow-ups have been lost in the system through the decades, and a reboot titled The Rocketeers very nearly made it into production in 2016. Disney did eventually get their spin-off in an animated TV series, which Campbell returned for, but it only ran for 1 season in 2019. As it is, The Rocketeer remains something of a missed opportunity, a brave attempt to make a new type of blockbuster from a combination of influences from Hollywood's glory days, and a love letter to a bygone era. In many ways, it had everything it needed to become a centerpiece franchise that a major studio could legitimately be proud of, apart from maybe that indefinable quality that takes an idea to the skies. It just wasn't meant to be. Sometimes in life, you don't get what you deserve. Welcome back. For our second film tonight, we're taking the Culture Slice time machine forward a few years to June of 1995 for a Lost Blockbuster story that combined a heady mix of adapting a much-loved source material, a superstar lead actor, and a rookie director with very different visions, and a studio with expectations for one of the biggest hits of the summer. But was this mid-90s effort's poor reception at the time, both critically and commercially, really justified? And how can a movie that made over $100 million in cinemas be considered a lost blockbuster? Stay tuned to find out. In the trade press of 1995, one major release was dominating conversation in Hollywood. A movie featuring an A-list name attempting to craft the biggest of blockbuster hits, but one which had seen a tumultuous journey to the screen and was being labelled as one of the biggest cinematic disasters ever made before anyone had seen it. That film was, of course, Waterworld, starring Kevin Costner. But there was another movie on the horizon that shared many traits with Waterworld. This project also featured a major Hollywood star, headlining a post-apocalyptic action movie with a troubled production and an enormous budget. Like Waterworld, it had become a staple of industry gossip for months, with rumours of on-set clashes and creative differences aplenty. Although at least on this movie, there had been no instances of the set sinking into the Pacific Ocean. Also unlike Waterworld, which would go on to carve a second life on the small screen and inspire theme park attractions in its honour before eventually turning a profit, the other movie, Sylvester Stallone's Judge Dredd, would fail to make any sort of lasting impact. Because for this movie, the problems ran much deeper than the decision for Stallone to take his helmet off. Created by writer John Wagner and artist Carlos Esquerra in the late 1970s, the 2000 AD comic character Judge Dredd, a brooding law enforcement officer in the future world of Mega City 1, was noticeably cinematic in scope from the very beginning. By the early 80s, the Dredd character had already emerged as an icon of the British comic book industry, and independent producer Charles Lippincott picked up the rights in 1983, though his attempts to get a film made initially proved unsuccessful. It was not until the early 90s that a Judge Dredd movie would go into active development under producer Edward Pressman at Disney subsidiary Hollywood Pictures, a brand which had been created to deliver more adult-oriented fare than the standard Walt Disney Pictures release. In those early stages, Arnold Schwarzenegger was seen as the obvious choice for the role, and Top Gun director Tony Scott was amongst the names tapped up to make it. Clearly, neither of these things happened, and with the project in a state of flux, a young British director seized an opportunity. Having been a huge Dredd fan as a kid, to the point where he had created his own movie poster for the character years earlier that had been published in 2000 AD, Danny Cannon was delighted about a Judge Dredd film being made. He also had a means to influence the situation, having caught Hollywood's attention with his low-budget debut The Young Americans in 1993. Cannon actively pitched to get the job, turning down the chance to make Die Hard with a Vengeance in the process, and he eventually did get it towards the end of the same year. He even managed to convince Disney to allow him to shoot the movie at Shepperton Studios in England, far away from the prying eyes of Hollywood execs. Before long though, it became clear that this was something of a poisoned chalice for Cannon. His vision for a darker, more faithful adaptation clashed with the desire for a more commercial action movie held by the studio and the star hired to headline the film. Sylvester Stallone. One of the absolute icons of 80s cinema, Stallone's output had been slightly more varied in recent years, as had the results. After a fifth Rocky movie had faltered in 1990, he attempted to diversify into comedy, but was met with widespread ridicule and terrible box office numbers, before returning to the safe, comforting embrace of his natural action movie habitat for films like Cliffhanger and Demolition Man. Though these movies were financially successful, there was still a sense that he, like Cannon, though at completely different stages of their journeys, had something to prove. If Judge Dredd could dominate the box office, Stallone could reiterate his status as a king of the Hollywood jungle. As the story goes, the star had never heard of the character before signing on, and was under the impression he would be making a buddy action comedy sci-fi hybrid, which led to continuous requests for rewrites and clashes behind the scenes. On set, Cannon and Stallone's frosty relationship continued. Clearly, the studio sided with his headliner. Composer David Arnold was replaced by Alan Silvestri, as Arnold was considered too close to Cannon, and reports indicate that the director was shut out of post-production reshoots. The script was overhauled in uncredited changes ordered by producer Pressman. Even the costumes were updated, designed by Stallone's friend Gianni Versace, although they do, to be fair, look fabulous, darling. Even in the edit, disharmony reigned. Reports suggest that the studio took over the final cut, sidelining Cannon again, and that there were attempts to reshape the film to reach a lower PG-13 certificate and broaden the potential audience. Given the level of violence, it was initially hit with an NC-17 rating, a commercial disaster for a big-budget film, but even with attempts to soften the content, it ended up with an R rating for release. Learning about the chaos backstage, I guess it's a wonder they managed to get a vaguely coherent movie made. But they did, and that film was set in the year 2139, where Stallone's Dredd, the most famous of the judges, a group who act as police, jury, and executioner, attempts to keep some semblance of peace in the crime-ridden Megacity 1. Dredd is framed for murder by his clone brother Rico, played by the scenery-chewing Armand DeSanti, who plans to take over Megacity 1. Dredd, captured by a group of thugs on the way to prison, must team up with his newfound ally Fergie, played by, yes, Rob Schneider, and find a way to get back to the city and stop Rico from enacting his plans. From the jump, fans were apoplectic about the numerous changes made to the source material, with the decision to remove Dredd's helmet going completely against such a symbolic character trait in the comics, creating a sense of rage in comic book stores across the world. Removing much of the cynical, satirical overtones and adding in slapstick humour seemed to go against the essence of the original stories as well. Aside from anything though, it's also comic relief that isn't done particularly well. Moves like making Diane Lane's Judge Hershey a love interest for Dredd didn't go down too well either. Critics, less concerned with the detail of the transfer and more with the quality of the picture, were not kind in their assessment. The internal battle for the soul of the film was clearly visible on screen. From a thunderous, unoriginal, futuristic hardware show for teenage boys, and a film that was directed without inspiration from a stupid script, to the movie by the end practically seems intent on destroying itself, it ended up on numerous worst of the year lists, and Stallone's performance was nominated for Worst Actor at the following year's Razzie Awards. When it was released in North America on June 30th, 1995, Judge Dredd flopped hard. Landing in just 5th place on its opening weekend, the film was only the 3rd biggest new release on the charts. It had been outperformed by not only Apollo 13, but also the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. This was not a good look for such a prestige summer release. In the end, it would fall out of the top 10 after just 3 weeks on release and make under $35 million in North America, more than $3 million less than Power Rangers. It was quite the fall from grace. given that hardcore fans had been largely put off already, the more mainstream audience the film needed to turn a profit didn't seem to be engaged either. Though things rebounded somewhat overseas, where Judge Dredd took in over $78 million for a total worldwide box office of $113 million, given the sky-high cost of production at over $90 million and the additional outgoings, not least the considerable marketing budget, it's fair to say that it lost a large amount of money overall. The thing is, Judge Dredd had everything going for it to be a great adaptation, but poor communication and an inability to lock down a clear vision ahead of time ended up sinking a comic book movie that could have been special. It isn't a total dud. Revisiting it decades after its release, I certainly found positives. The movie generally looks great, the world building is effective, and the mix of practical and computer-generated effects holds up shockingly well. Some of the performances are great too, and despite all the last-minute editing changes, there are still occasional flashes of what might have been. The opening scene, which introduces Stallone's Dredd character, exhibits both how solid a fit he was for the role and the film that could have been made. As the character's creator John Wagner noted years later, the story the film told had nothing to do with Judge Dredd, even though Stallone was perfect for the part. He praised the finished movie's production, but said it tried to do too much and told the wrong story. In the decades that have followed, both Judge Dredd's star and director have expressed regrets over the project. Stallone later admitted, "The biggest mistake I ever made was with the sloppy handling of Judge Dredd," while Danny Cannon vowed never to work with another self-absorbed actor after claiming that the constant changes requested by Stallone had altered the final film beyond recognition. Danny Cannon was just 27 years old when production began on the film. Given that I am, just slightly older than that now, if I look back to myself at that age, then the idea of taking charge of anything even close to this scale would have sent me over the deep end. The daunting task of dealing with such a large production would be tough for anyone to navigate, no matter the level of confidence or talent. It was perhaps a step too far at such an early stage, as much for the experience required to navigate the political games of Hollywood as for actually delivering the movie. Cannon would bounce back by making far more straightforward fare, like the "I know what you did last summer" sequel, "I still know what you did last summer," naming genius right there, and a few years later went on to make the football. It's called soccer! Anyway, he made the film Goal, a planned franchise starter which, unlike Dredd, did make it to sequels, although Cannon was long gone from the project by that stage. His biggest success has come on TV, with his work as a creative driving force behind the CSI franchise, one of the most successful in television history. Stallone continued headlining big-budget films for a while before resetting his career with his against-type performance as an out-of-shape sheriff in Copland. His 2000s run was painful at times, but he eventually staged a triumphant return by bringing the Rocky franchise back in 2006. Reflecting on it now, it's fair to say Judge Dredd marked the end of his time as one of Hollywood's absolute top-tier megastars. In 2012, Carl Urban's Dredd finally gave fans of 2000 AD the movie they had always wanted. It remains a cult favourite despite being criminally undervalued at the worldwide box office. As for the 1995 version, it largely lives on as a punchline, a textbook example of how not to adapt a comic book movie, though I still maintain that Judge Dredd was on the verge of something great and defeat was snatched from the jaws of victory. This lost blockbuster was, unquestionably, still very much a defeat. And now, a word from our sponsor. Hi, it's me. I'm the sponsor. If you enjoy this kind of thing, then liking and subscribing really does help with the channel's growth, feeds the always hungry YouTube algorithm, and supports making sure we can continue to release these videos. Right, on with the show. Ahoy there, avast ye swabs, yar. Sorry about that, I came over all pirate for a second there.
Go back to Treasure Island!
For our penultimate movie tonight, we're sailing forward to December of '95 to take a look at the time a studio already taking on water attempted to revive the pirate movie, but ended up with one of the most notoriously chaotic productions in Hollywood history and one of the biggest flops of the decade. Love and blockbusters, much like loneliness and cheeseburgers, tends to be a dangerous mix. Given that this next Lost blockbuster was a pirate movie though, maybe in hindsight, it wasn't a surprise that the film was cursed. Shiver me timbers indeed. In the long history of notorious box office misfires, it's still a pretty unique club of films that are held directly responsible for shutting down a studio. Some ended entire Hollywood eras, like Heaven's Gate, whilst others sunk divisions before they'd even really got started, like Titan AE. In the end, of course, it all comes down to money. Spending on ambitious films can quickly go completely out of control. Blockbusters are a high-risk game if they don't come off, and sometimes there is an element of bad luck in between all the bad decisions. And Cutthroat Island had plenty of both. It's often called one of the biggest flops in Hollywood history, and purely based on the numbers, that certainly rings true. But is its reputation as a studio ender really justified? Or was it a question of being in the wrong place at the wrong time? By early 1994, Carol Co. Pictures, the independent studio which had cracked Hollywood in the late 80s and early 90s, with the likes of Rambo, Basic Instinct and Terminator 2, was on seriously shaky financial ground. It was being forced to make bad deals to finance some films and to sell off the rights to others. At the time, they had two potential major releases in development which they hoped would save the day for the company, but they couldn't afford to make both, or really either. The first, a $100 million Crusades film starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and directed by Paul Verhoeven, seemed more obviously commercial, but the company's executives wanted guarantees on the budget which Verhoeven flatly refused to give. The project was cancelled, leaving Carol Co. with just one other script ready to go into production. And it was a pirate movie, a genre about as hot in the mid-90s as hair metal. The original script for Cutthroat Island had been on the slate at Disney in the early 90s, and writers James Corman and Michael Frost Beckner had even managed to get it pitched to Michael Eisner at one point as a live-action Pirates of the Caribbean movie. After Eisner rejected it, Carol Co. boss Mario Kassar had bought the option for the film for $1.7 million. A large budget movie filled with practical sets and effects wasn't something the company had the money for at this stage, but they could bankroll it through selling international distribution in advance, with the promise of it becoming a big hit and without any stars attached. A recipe for success, right? The director they chose to deliver on that promise, Rennie Harlin, wasn't at the top tier of Hollywood names, but had big studio successes already in the 90s, not least with Die Hard 2 and 1993's Cliffhanger. When it came to casting, Harlin was unequivocal that Geena Davis would play the female lead. Davis was an Oscar-winning actress, but she was hardly known as an action star or a blockbuster headliner, and hadn't had a big hit of any kind in years. Through a seemingly endless run of script rewrites though, her role became more and more prominent at the request of Harlin. Davis also happened to have recently become his wife. The Thelma and Louise star wanted Michael Douglas to be her co-star, but after months of negotiations, a $13 million salary being agreed, and with filming looming, he eventually dropped out. Carol Co., scrambling to keep the movie afloat, offered the part to seemingly every eligible male star in Hollywood, but they all turned it down. In the end, Matthew Modine, a recognizable face but far from a bankable star, accepted the job. As Harlan remembers years later, it was clear the project was already taking on water. We begged to be let go. Gina was scared mindless about headlining this film, but we were contractually obligated. The director reportedly went to the extent of spending $1 million of his own money to attempt to get the screenplay right. It, didn't quite work. The script they eventually took forward told the story of Davis's Morgan Adams uniting with Modine's thief William Shaw and her crew to recover the sections of a treasure map that lead to Cutthroat Island, but the final part is held by Morgan's uncle, a murderous pirate played with glee by the awesome Frank Langella, channeling his iconic Skeletor performance. This is the setup for sea-based hijinks and explosions and huge set pieces aplenty. The lavish production ran from October 1994 to April 1995, largely in Malta and Thailand, meaning the movie missed its originally planned summer release window. And things soon went from bad to worse too. There are a litany of stories from the making of the film that demonstrate just how badly it got out of control. Harlan had prioritized finding a big-name male lead so much that he neglected production design almost completely. By the time he got around to checking in on the work, he hated it, so many of the sets had to be completely redone at considerable cost. On location, creative leads being fired or quitting after clashes with the director became a regular occurrence. Speaking of the sets, they were often damaged by the temperamental weather, and cast and crew suffered through endless accidents. The script was being regularly changed, expensive unplanned explosions were added at a whim, and reports of studio-funded shopping trips in Thailand causing the shoot to completely stop were commonplace. To exemplify the opulence, Matthew Modine recalls that the director and Davis spent huge sums to have V8 vegetable juice shipped out to the set in Malta, so much so that by the end of filming there were enough unopened bottles to fill a room. In the end, the budget for the film came in at more than $115 million. It seemed like Harlan decided that if this movie was going down, then it was going to do it in a blaze of glory. At the time, young Culture Slice knew little more about this pirate movie than the admittedly iconic Skull and Crossbones Coming Soon posters that were plastered in cinemas in the UK. The looming disaster was clear for anyone in the film industry to see though. In hindsight, maybe the trailer for the film itself was trying to tell us something. After a long drawn-out editing process, with further clashes between director and studio, and the film being hacked down from its original 2.5-hour runtime, it was eventually confirmed that Cutthroat Island would be released in the winter of '95. Though reviews at the time would often reference the fraught journey to the big screen, they weren't universally bad. Okay, I accept it was labelled as a bloated, jokey production and a turgid, swollen, wheezing old contraption, and a film that isn't so much a movie as it is a burial at sea. But at least it was also called a mindless diversion. That's something, isn't it? Alright, the reviews weren't great, and even the more positive ones seemed to agree that this was something of a misguided, overpriced mistake. Under this cloud of uncertainty, Cutthroat Island finally made it to cinemas on December 22nd, 1995. Of all the box office takings I've covered on this channel so far, Cutthroat Island might be the most painful to sift through. After costing north of $100 million just to make the thing, it failed to even crack the top 10 in North America in its opening weekend. I mean, there were some big movies in theatres at the time, and MGM, the film's distributor, was going through a takeover itself, so barely had a marketing rollout plan in place. But receipts of just over $4 million in its first week of release were still truly terrible on any scale. International markets didn't save it either. Total worldwide takings of just $16 million were roughly 10% of the production budget. The amount of money it lost, especially at the time, was brutal. It is unquestionably one of the biggest flops ever made. Harlan and Davis attempted some level of redemption less than a year later with The Long Kiss Goodnight, released in October 1996. The action thriller co-starring Samuel L. Jackson managed a $95 million gross on a $65 million budget, not close to Cutthroat Island flop levels, but still considered an underperformance. But the reviews were pretty good, and it maintains a cult following to this day. For me, it's one of Shane Black's best scripts and a cracking action movie. At the time though, it wasn't enough to salvage their reputations completely in Hollywood, and Davis's time as a female action hero was over. The marriage of the star and her director partner didn't survive the tumultuous mid-90s either. Less than 2 years after the release of Cutthroat Island, in August of 1997, Davis filed for divorce just 1 day after her personal assistant had given birth to a baby fathered by Harlan. Wild, wild times. But did Cutthroat Island really end Carolco's business, or was it a case of wrong place, wrong time? Carolco only made the film because they had already taken outside investment. They filed for bankruptcy in November of '95, a month prior to Cutthroat's release, and had been failing to make interest payments on its huge debt for months before that. The studio was walking wounded for years in reality, and this was a last, crazy roll of the dice. In the end, Cutthroat Island didn't kill off Carolco alone, but it was the final spectacular cannonball hit to the ship. Carolco would never release another movie. Watching Cutthroat Island back all these years later, it struck me that this was a studio-ending movie that isn't that bad. Even if it's no masterpiece, the production values alone mean it retains some value. It's entertaining enough, and the action set pieces are great, but this isn't a must-see, and it lacks any sort of emotional depth. As Roger Ebert pointed out in his review, Cutthroat Island is a satisfactory movie, but it doesn't transcend its genre, and it's not surprising or astonishing. Unless you're really into pirate movies, it's not an essential film. Perhaps a full director's cut would have helped, but there's never been a campaign to release that. It would take the best part of a decade for the pirate movie to make a comeback, but even then, the producers of 2003's Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, had the financial catastrophe of the 1995 effort in the back of their minds. Pirates was a hit to the tune of $650 million, and the curse was, to some extent, finally lifted. Cutthroat Island remains a strange fit for a major Hollywood release, and it's unsurprising it didn't catch fire at the box office. I mean, it caught fire, but not in the way the makers had intended. The fact that it went so wildly over budget and brought Carolco to its knees means that it will remain in Hollywood folklore with a mythology of failure. And yet, however misguided Cutthroat Island was, there's something strangely admirable about the unfiltered ambition of the film. Precisely 0 corners were cut, they aimed for the pot of gold and ended up walking the plank because of it. Although it wasn't just the key players who sank, the whole ship went down with them. Welcome back to the show. Sometimes in life, the most interesting stories aren't about what did happen, but what might have been. For our final film tonight, we're going to be covering what was so nearly one of the most exciting prospects produced in the mid-90s Hollywood studio system, before those hopes were so cruelly dashed. It's a film that ended up feeling out of step with the sardonic counterculture vibe of the summer of 1996, despite introducing one of the original superheroes to a new generation and featuring a number of familiar faces at different stages of their career journeys. A mysterious comic strip hero brought into the modern age, only to stumble spectacularly at the box office. Oh, what could have been. There were some strange things going on with comic adaptations in the 1990s. After the insane success of Batman in '89, it felt like the floodgates would open for a huge wave of major superhero names to roll out of Hollywood and dominate the box office and reshape the industry. That would happen, only it would be almost 2 decades until it did. In the 90s though, that wasn't really happening. One movement that had been on trend was an attempt to take old school pulp fiction characters and make them into bankable modern day blockbuster leads, ranging from Dick Tracy, which was a hit, to The Shadow, which was not. By 1996, another classic figure of yesteryear was ready to enter the fray, and the studio behind it seemed bewilderingly confident of its impending success. The daily comic strips of the Phantom, acknowledged as the first superhero character to wear the skin-tight costume that would become a trademark of the format, date way back to the 1930s. But as numerous other heroes of various shapes and colours managed to make it to the screen, the Phantom remained a ghost in Hollywood for decades. In the late 1970s, Sergio Leone, a huge fan of the comic, was keen to make an adaptation and very nearly did, before a lack of funding and his prioritising of Once Upon a Time in America scuppered what would have been a fascinating project to see come to life. The version we did get was initially developed at Paramount by Joe Dante in the early 90s. Dante had been one of the most interesting directors to break out in the 1980s, having a massive hit with Gremlins, but also making cool, less successful films like Inner Space and The Burbs. When Warner Brothers begged Dante for a Gremlins sequel, he got complete creative control and made one of the maddest major studio releases ever. It wasn't a financial success at the time, but Gremlins 2 remains one of my favourite films to revisit from the early 90s. And it was that new batch energy that Dante wanted to bring to the Phantom as well. His vision was to create a spoof of the genre, and the script he crafted with writer Jeffrey Boehm reflected that. At the last minute though, as Dante remembers, Paramount cancelled the project. We were a few weeks away from shooting when the plug was pulled over the budget and the presence of a winged demon at the climax. A year or so later, it was put back into production, Sun's Demon, only nobody seemed to notice it was written to be funny. With a confused perspective on the script, Paramount sent out a search party to find a new director who could bring the movie in cheaper and on time. They had 10 months to deliver the film for its July 1996 release date. The man they eventually selected was Australian Simon Windsor, known by most for directing Free Willy, which had been a huge hit in 1994, and Operation Dumbo Drop, which had not in 1995. But he was a big fan of the comics and he had a solution to wipe roughly $12 million from the budget. That did the job. Windsor was in. Watching this all go by was Billy Zane, long attached to the title role and already a big fan of the comic character, and having spent more than a year going full method and getting himself unbelievably jacked for the job. That job saw Zane play the part of Kit Walker, the latest descendant in a long line of men to be bestowed with the Phantom identity, a crime-fighting figure known as the Ghost Who Walks, complete with a pet wolf called Devil and a white horse named Hero. Working with Kit's former girlfriend Diana, Christy Swanson, who will always be Buffy the Vampire Slayer to me, Phantom must stop rich power-mad criminal Xander Drax, played brilliantly by Treat Williams, who is looking to work with pirate Kabe Singh, Mortal Kombat legend Kari Hiroyuki Tagawa to combine the free skulls of Tuganda, which possess enormous power. Along the way, a young Catherine Zeta-Jones turns up as a pirate with a heart of gold, and the ghost of Patrick McGugan appears as the Phantom's dad. The film was shot between October of '95 and February of '96, and delivering the whole thing for the summer of that year was a fairly mammoth task, with production covering not just the US but also Australia and Thailand. Windsor managed it though, even if the entire project had to be rushed through to make the deadline. Paramount were banking on this being a hit, with toy lines and other merch penciled in and phantom rings being handed out in cinemas. Despite Windsor bringing the budget down, it still cost a whopping $50 million to make, so it needed to hit pay dirt to become a franchise for the studio when it made it to screens on June 7, 1996. Critics were polite in their assessments generally, but little early response denoted that this would be a film that became a pop culture moment. Even the positive reviews ranged from "the pleasures are familiar, but not the least bit inspired," to pleasantly old-fashioned, the opposite of avant-garde and cutting edge, while most noted the costume was a tad jarring. "Sorry, Phantom, but the purple suit has to go," was the consensus. As Owen Gleiberman noted in Entertainment Weekly, the film, while crisply shot, has even less personality than such Crusader retreads as The Rocketeer and The Shadow. The Rocketeer was far from a hit. Perhaps unsurprisingly, The Phantom would follow this trend. Failing to even make the top 5 in its opening weekend, it earned little more than $17 million in North America and $23.5 million worldwide, less than half of its budget. In a summer when the likes of Independence Day, Mission Impossible and The Rock were tearing up the international box office, The Phantom was a throwback that nobody seemed to need. Though it retains its fans and found something of a second life on the small screen, Paramount's dreams of multiple films and merchandise lines remained unfulfilled. Simon Windsor went back to making non-blockbusters after The Phantom's failure, seemingly largely involving animals. Although Murder, She Purred may be one of the best titles I've ever heard for anything, ever. Billy Zane never got a chance to be the lead in a summer blockbuster again, but a year later he did have a major role as the main villain in the highest grossing film of all time. So, he did alright. Putting myself in his shoes, I'd look back on The Phantom with mixed emotions. A film he was clearly passionate about, one that allowed him to live out his dream, and which he had signed up to star in 2 sequels for. But also a film that was received so indifferently after putting his heart and soul into its making. The Phantom is a rare 90s oddity. It looks good, was made and performed with total sincerity, but was strangely out of step with every blockbuster trend around it. It had the foundations of a great family adventure, the spirit of the old serials it was emulating, and a lead who genuinely looked the part. Occasional moments show flashes of the film we could have seen, like the "For Those Who Came In Late" intro and some of the performances, not least Zeta Jones and especially Treat Williams, who lives up to his first name as the main villain. We'll never know if a Phantom film from the man who made Gremlins would have done better commercially than a Phantom film directed by the man who made Free Willy, but I'd be confident that it would have lived longer in the cultural consciousness. The Phantom was fine, but it feels like we missed out on something potentially special there. Instead, we got an efficient matinee movie throwback, but one which was always destined to become a lost blockbuster in the super tough market of 1996 summer movies. The Ghost Who Walks just didn't leave that much of a footprint. And that's something that really all of the films we have covered tonight have in common. The Rocketeer in particular lives on in people's memories, and for good reason. It's probably the most complete film of the 4 and really should have become a bigger hit at the time. But even if it pains me to say it, I can understand why it didn't. In the end, only Judge Dredd has seen an attempt at a Hollywood redemption arc since the 90s. A Rocketeer remake or sequel has long been discussed but never fulfilled. Murmurs of a Phantom legacy film emerged in the 2000s but never went anywhere. Even if studios will seemingly reuse essentially any story in the modern cinematic era, a Cutthroat Island reboot has proved a leap too far even for Hollywood. And given the studio-ending reputation it holds to this day, it will be a brave exec to raise that pitch in a monthly planning meeting. Culture Slice again, sir? A-list ego wars, forgotten detours, straight-to-video disasters, teen comedies that made just $300 in cinemas. 4 films, 4 failures, and it's all coming up right now. summer in the 1990s. A time for SummerSlam, MTV shows made up entirely of people dancing on beaches, and of course, reruns of Saved by the Bell dominating daytime TV. For Hollywood execs, summer in the 80s and 90s also meant ensuring that they had at least one major comedy film on the release slate for the hottest months of the year. And they were basically always a surefire hit. I mean, in the summer of '88, Warner Brothers even rolled out Caddyshack 2. And if scheduling in a major comedy release was good enough for studio execs in the 80s and 90s, then it's most certainly good enough for Culture Slice in 2025. And today, in honor of an era when mainstream comedy films were a cornerstone of the summertime cinematic calendar, Culture Slice is crashing the party and looking back at 4 comic capers from across the 90s of various shapes and sizes that, whether released in the summer or not, ended up not quite becoming the box office success stories their producers had envisioned, which may or may not have deserved better. And we're kicking things off with a teen comedy starring Jennifer Love Hewitt and Will Friedle from Boy Meets World. That had to be a decent sized hit, right? Well, this movie actually made just 300,000. Okay, 30,000. 3,000? This is getting ridiculous now. This movie made $300 in cinemas in 1997? How is it possible that this Lost Comedies box office total was less than my wage at Blockbuster Video in the same year? Well, hop on board and let's find out. Picture the scene. You arrive at a cinema on opening night, and not just for any film, but your own feature film debut. Not only that, but you are the star of the movie. You've already made a name for yourself on TV, with a lead role in one of the most popular family sitcoms of the era. But this is different. You're about to become a movie star. Your co-star is a teen idol who Hollywood has big plans for. Fresh off a hit drama series, and on the brink of breaking out on the big screen too. This movie has to be a hit, right? To mark the occasion, you've flown out to Boulder, Colorado with the director, ready to enjoy one of the very first public screenings. Only, there's no line at the box office in Boulder, and when you step inside the theatre, finding your seat isn't exactly a challenge. In fact, it doesn't take long to realise you and the director are the only 2 people there. On the evening of September 26, 1997, this is the exact fate that became a reality for Will Friedle, when he and director George Huang took a trip to the Rocky Mountains to witness the opening of their brand new film in person. The reception of the film, obviously, we thought it was going to be a lot bigger. They premiered it in 2 theatres in the country, and George and I flew out to one, and we were literally the only people in the theatre for the first screening. So yeah, it was a lot of work to watch it by ourselves. Yep, that's right, Trojan War was released in 2 cinemas for less than a week and made barely over $300 in the process. So much about this movie didn't make sense to me at the time, and a lot of it still doesn't to this day. Why was a $15 million movie with pretty decently sized teen stars released with basically no promotion and pulled from cinemas so quickly? Then there was the title. What on earth was going on there? And why didn't they just wait a few months before they released it? Maybe we should rewind just a little bit. In early 1997, both Will Friedle and Jennifer Love Hewitt were riding the crest of a wave. Will had played Corey's older brother Eric in ABC's Boy Meets World since 1993, and Jennifer had joined the cast of Fox's family drama Party of 5 2 years later. They both seemed to be the latest in the long production line of teen actors who were ready for their crack at becoming legitimate big screen stars. So their casting as co-stars of a teen comedy made a lot of sense at the time. It had a recognised force overseeing it in producer Charles Gordon, who had hit pay dirt with the likes of Die Hard, Die Hard 2 and Field of Dreams over the previous decade. I mean, Gordon's last film credit before this had been Waterworld. George Huang, the director attached to the project, was a former Hollywood PA who was coming off a fairly well-received film debut, the 1994 black comedy Swimming with Sharks. Although it hadn't made much money, it became a word-of-mouth hit on video, and the likes of Roger Ebert had reviewed it positively. A raunchy teen comedy wasn't the most obvious follow-up to a biting satire of the worst of Hollywood, but, Warner Brothers was keen to make it, and the film had a $15 million budget, so Trojan War seemed to have legs, and it knew how to use them. Or something. You could be forgiven for thinking from the title that this was a swords and sandals epic chronicling the siege of the city of Troy in graphic detail, but the actual movie that lay behind the cryptic title was in fact the story of a very different quest. The quest to get laid. Friedel played the role of Brad Kimball, a geeky high school type whose best friend is equally supposedly geeky type Leah, Jennifer Love Hewitt's character. Brad's dream girl, however, is not Jennifer Love Hewitt, but instead his other classmate Brooke, played by Marley Shelton. When Brooke asks him over to help her study, she ends up deciding to make all Brad's dreams come true. The only problem is he doesn't have protection, so Brad hurries off to purchase some, before running into all sorts of chaos involving his dad's Jaguar being stolen, friendly gang members taking him hostage, a Hispanic lady who falls in love with him because she thinks he looks like David Hasselhoff, and even John Hughes teen movie legend Anthony Michael Hall in a memorable cameo as a psychotic bus driver. In the midst of all of this, Lee Majors turns up as a cop who ends up giving Brad a bit of assistance before a climactic house party where Brad finally thinks he is getting everything he always wanted. Or is he? Usually at this stage I'd investigate the box office performance week by week, see where a film landed in the top 10 on opening weekend, that kind of thing. But here, that clearly won't be necessary. As Will Friedle painfully discovered on opening night, barely anyone came out to see Trojan War. Warner's yanked it from cinemas extremely quickly, but its very small early sample size of 2 screens hadn't gone well. Still though, dumping it completely after less than a week was pretty harsh. Maybe it was a contractual obligation to get it in cinemas before a VHS release. Or maybe there was some sort of Hollywood accounting going on. Who knows? The 2006 thriller Zizis Road? Zizik? Anyway, the 2006 movie with that name is often cited as the lowest grossing cinema release ever after it made just $30 in American cinemas, literally running on one screen once a day at midday to appease the Screen Actors Guild. So I guess something similar could be at play here, but Will Friedle has said they were expecting it to get a bigger release. Something doesn't quite add up. It probably wasn't the conspiracy teenage Culture Slice thought it was back in the day, even if that made for a great theory in my head and early internet chat rooms at the end of the century. The film did get some sort of second life on the small screen, in large part thanks to the increased profile of its female star. There was a VHS release, and I remember discovering it once or twice late night on Sky Movies here in the UK, but it wasn't exactly a promotional priority and didn't make it to DVD until 2005. Trojan War isn't a masterpiece of the genre or anything. In fact, my nostalgic haze could be clouding the fact that this isn't a very good film. But did it deserve better? Sure. And did it deserve to make more than $309 in cinemas? Definitely. As a forgotten throwback that is now slightly worryingly almost 30 years old, it's completely watchable. And I guess it's a shame it didn't get a bit more exposure at the time. In the end, maybe simply some better timing could have saved the film from becoming a punchline. Released in cinemas just weeks after Trojan War had completely bombed, was I Know What You Did Last Summer, a teen horror which made over $125 million at the box office and propelled Jennifer Love Hewitt to legitimate movie star status. It felt like she was everywhere by the end of '97 too, not just a movie star. Jennifer Love Hewitt had become a force in pop culture, postponing Trojan War's release by a few months with a newly bankable name attached, along with an industry increasingly seeing raunchy teen comedies as a genre to bet on, could have seen it ride that wave to profitability in cinemas. But instead, there was no second wave for Trojan War, and less than a year later, it was Can't Hardly Wait that would become Love Hewitt's very first teen comedy hit, more than doubling its budget at the box office and becoming a big success on video and DVD. Its soundtrack even made it to number 25 on the Billboard album chart. Can't Hardly Wait's presence lingered on in pop culture for far longer than Trojan War managed to. The title of the film, whilst actually kind of clever, didn't help Trojan War's chances either. Not being American, I had no idea Trojan was actually a reference to a major brand, but even putting that aside, it sounds like a historical war film and feels like a working title that would be changed closer to release but for some reason never was. Compare Trojan War as a title to Can't Hardly Wait. While the first one is a neat play on words, referencing a brand and the quest of the protagonist, it wouldn't instantly make sense to the target audience of a teen comedy. On the other hand, Can't Hardly Wait just as a title is a bit abstract, but it's still emotive, relatable, and just evocative enough without being too descriptive. The film itself is alright, definitely not one of the worst teen comedies of the era, but also definitely not one of the best. But that title, Can't Hardly Wait, sure it's taken from a replacement song and the grammar is dubious, but for a teen movie, that is top tier. Can't Hardly Wait just sounds like a classic teen comedy drama without even knowing anything about the film behind it, and Trojan War does not. Or maybe I'm just overanalyzing things a tad. Anyway, we can't ignore the massive elephant in the room with this movie any longer. No, not the questionable in hindsight cast members, but the fact that Leah, the friend who nobody notices and Brad completely looks past for 95% of the movie, is Jennifer Love Hewitt. Much like Rachel Lee Cook in She's All That, the casting isn't quite believable. In the end, for Will Friedle, his time as a Hollywood headliner ended up being brief. While Jennifer Love Hewitt went on to star in the brilliantly titled I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, along with the likes of Heartbreakers and both Garfield and Garfield A Tale of Two Kitties, Friedle could only manage starring opposite the Shermanator himself, Chris Owen, in 2004 in National Lampoon's Gold Diggers, one of the worst movies I've personally ever seen. He has since become a considerable success in the world of voice acting, most notably as the go-to voice for numerous Batman projects. And he still looks back fondly on the Trojan War experience overall, despite nobody watching it at all. Like, no one. For producer Charles Gordon, the failure of Trojan War didn't stop his production company Daybreak from securing a $500 million credit line for future productions in 1999. Though he did go on to produce the likes of October Sky and the Hitman movie, Daybreak Productions, which seems to have been created to make Trojan War, only has one more credit listed on IMDb, the 2004 Alicia Cuthbert comedy The Girl Next Door. Honestly, this all just adds to the mystique of a missing link in teen movie history. Trojan War remains a fascinating lost film. It took on an almost mythical status for me at school, hard to find and occasionally turning up late night on TV. Did this movie really exist? Or was it a figment of my imagination? For years, I genuinely wasn't sure, but it remains a prime example of that most interesting of film groups, the lowest grossing movies of all time. And yet, if it had just been released in 1998, it could have all been so different. But maybe, just maybe, the complete lack of a release was the plan all along. Next up, we're going from a film with essentially no cinematic release to one which got an all-singing and dancing rollout. In fact, our next film was supposed to be one of the big hits of the summer of 1994. The only hits it managed, however, were the verbal ones traded between its feuding stars behind the scenes. In 1999, we learned that the first rule of Fight Club was, you do not talk about Fight Club. But what's always been the first rule of a romantic comedy? It is, of course, if the two leads don't get on at first, you can be sure that they'll be getting it on by the end. What happens though when the star-studded arguments aren't scripted and the fireworks are happening off-screen? What if the tension is real and playing out behind the scenes and in the press? In 1994, two of Hollywood's biggest names were paired for a glossy, action-packed rom-com, but the only thing which ended up exploding was the film's publicity, and not in a good way. I Love Trouble had made a lot of sense when Disney, via their Touchstone Pictures brand, first greenlit the project when it cast Julia Roberts as the female lead in late 1992. At this stage, Roberts had become one of the biggest names in Hollywood. Pretty Woman had been an astronomically sized hit for Touchstone in 1990, launching her career to the stratosphere and making more than $460 million at the worldwide box office. Sleeping with the Enemy had made $175 million a year later, and, despite Dying Young getting a fairly lukewarm reaction, there was a palpable excitement at the studio about Roberts returning to the safer ground of the romantic comedy world for I Love Trouble. The screwball comedy had been written by Nancy Meyers and Charles Shire in the style of classic 40s movies like His Girl Friday. Given that Meyers and Shire had delivered Father of the Bride in 91, a big hit for Touchstone, and a film Shire also directed, Disney was confident enough to make this a tentpole release for the year. Now all they needed was the male lead, someone who could handle the screwball meets rom-com tone and match Robertson's star power. From Tom Hanks to Mel Gibson and Harrison Ford to Michael Douglas, reports indicate a who's who of early 90s headliners passed on the project. But Disney weren't too worried, a recognisable name surely wouldn't be that hard to get signed up. Eventually, in February of 93, Nick Nolte became that name. Nolte had established his stardom far away from the world of romantic comedies, in the likes of 48 Hours, Q&A and Cape Fear. Coming off an Oscar nomination for his performance in the romantic drama Prince of Tides, Nolte had doubts about taking the role, but there was also clearly an opportunity to broaden his on-screen persona. And a major release with Julia Roberts was one of the best ways to do just that in the early 90s. I Love Trouble was a passion project for director Shire and his co-writer Myers, a movie Disney had been comfortable with them developing given their track record of not just Father of the Bride, which, let's be honest, is an undeniable banger, but also 1987's Baby Boom, a more modest hit starring Diane Keaton as a yuppie who finds herself becoming responsible for her cousin's orphaned toddler. Seen as a high-profile platform to re-establish classic romantic comedies given Roberts' presence, I Love Trouble told the story of two journalists from rival Chicago newspapers who were both assigned to cover a deadly train wreck, eventually being forced to work together to solve a dangerous conspiracy, and you can probably join the dots from there. While the story wasn't exactly revolutionary, there was a solid framework underneath it. A mix of light mystery and sharp dialogue had the potential to work, especially with Shire's eye for quality mainstream movies. So all the pieces were seemingly falling into place as the cameras rolled on I Love Trouble in October 1993. Everything was coming up Milhouse, right? Well, not quite. Things had already frayed somewhat before a single frame had been shot. Roberts and Nolte clashed during script read-throughs, during character preparations, during rehearsals, essentially any time they were in a room together. As the story goes, Roberts was used to a more collaborative style, whereas Nolte was more old school and method in his approach. By the time they got on set, the stars were apparently barely speaking to each other. She saw him as obnoxious, he saw her as condescending, and it just got worse from there. By this point, Roberts had reportedly asked for a body double for some romantic scenes. The press was starting to feed out the on-set issues which went public when Roberts gave an interview stating that Nolte can be completely charming and very nice, but was also completely disgusting. Nolte would later respond in public himself. It's not nice to call someone disgusting, but she's not a nice person. Everyone knows that. By the end of filming, the stars' relationship had seemingly soured so much that they refused to shoot scenes together, and the production had to work around this as best it could. It was an actively hostile situation. To top all of that off, Roberts and especially Nolte raised issues with the direction and script, causing tension with Shire on a set which had too much of it as it was. When filming wrapped in March of '94, it's fair to say almost everyone was happy to see the back of the shoot. But they still had a movie to salvage, and this was a major tentpole release with a $45 million budget too. A huge marketing blitz centered around the two-star names, with the almost total lack of joint media appearances by Roberts and Nolte being jarring given the light-hearted, romantic nature of the advertising. The generic romantic comedy marketing also belied a film with far more old-school thriller elements than it was being given credit for. I Love Trouble arrived in cinemas on June 29, 1994. Despite the promotional blitz, it was almost completely lost in the shuffle of summertime blockbuster season. While the likes of The Lion King and Speed dominated at the top of the chart, I Love Trouble could only manage 5th spot in its first week, and was also below both Blown Away and The Shadow. It wouldn't be a slow burner either. The film wouldn't last much more than a month in cinemas before crashing out completely. By 1994, unless they were done exceptionally well, movies like I Love Trouble just felt like yesterday's news. Though it exceeded its budget with a worldwide haul of $60 million, when marketing and additional costs are taken into account, it's fair to say that I Love Trouble was a considerable money loser. Critics were not much more forgiving. Many noted the clash of styles between the marketing and the finished film, some even mentioned the on-set problems, but most just stuck with how forced the romance between the leads was on screen. As Entertainment Weekly put it, their dialogue sounds less like flirtation and more like barely concealed hostility. Stylistically, the film looks good. There's a polished, breezy tone in places that feels like it's trying to channel a golden age film vibe. The sets are crisp, the action set pieces as the conspiracy unfolds are decent, and the premise is pretty good on paper. There's a version of I Love Trouble somewhere that really works. A film where they get the casting right, where the tone leans a little harder into the mystery thriller elements, and where the classic rom-com template is allowed to shine. This is a film which relies on the chemistry between the two central characters to fully succeed though, and the total lack of that unspoken quality here is so visible that the whole endeavour is inherently flawed. I Love Trouble isn't one of the worst films we've covered on this channel, far from it. It's fine, but it's most certainly one of the most uncomfortable. After his big play in the romantic comedy genre had gone wrong, Nolte expressed regret about taking the I Love Trouble job and went back to more serious roles in the years that followed. Roberts became the first woman to get $20 million for a single movie, and that film, Erin Brockovich, saw her win a Best Actress Oscar. She still made her fair share of romantic comedies though. As for Shire and Myers, they went back to the safety of a Father of the Bride sequel the following year, and Myers went on to make a couple of genuine blockbuster romantic comedies in the form of What Women Want and Something's Gotta Give. Today, while Julia Roberts' favourites like Pretty Woman remain much-loved classics, I Love Trouble was a film none of the friends and family I asked could remember at all. It's like a peak-era rom-com from one of the queens of the genre that just doesn't exist. Something which both of its leads probably wish was the case. We're now halfway through our summertime special of long-forgotten knee slappers, but we still have 2 more lost comedies birthed in the 90s to come. If you like what we do here at Culture Slice Towers, then liking and subscribing really does help the channel out. And if you'd like to support the channel even more, you can now also join Club Slice by hitting the join button below the video on desktop, or by visiting our channel page to sign up. Club Slice members get early access to videos from the main Culture Slice channel, with more exclusive member perks coming soon. Thank you so much for any and all support. Now let's get back on track as we head to 1991, as Rocky heads into a heavyweight showdown with a throwback comedy genre, and the genre takes the W. At the dawn of the 1990s, Sylvester Stallone's career was in a bit of a strange place. After conquering the world with Rocky, he had reigned as one of Hollywood's biggest names and go-to action heroes. But the times, they were a-changin'. His 1990 return to the Rocky franchise for the fifth installment had flatlined with critics and audiences alike. And while he was still delivering profitable films, his peak as an action icon seemed to be behind him. Stallone's solution was to move into a bold new phase of his career, one where he would conquer a different genre in the 90s, just like he had dominated action movies in the 80s. And despite his disastrous 1984 attempt at musical comedy Rhinestone, this time the man himself was all in. Finally, I am able to do it on film. Finally able to put out there what I think I am. I mean, totally. The other ones have been characters and a part of me, but this thing is me. Big words from the guy who gave us both Rocky and Rambo, but Sly was ready to become a comedy star, and Oscar was the movie that was going to make it happen. The director was John Landis, a comedy heavyweight whose previous movie, the Eddie Murphy-powered Coming to America, had grossed almost $300 million on a $36 million budget. With Animal House, The Blues Brothers, Trading Places, Spies Like Us, and The Three Amigos on his resume, Landis brought a wealth of experience and a healthy $35 million budget. The cast was stacked too. Tim Curry, Don Amici, Chaz Palminteri, a young Marissa Tomei, veteran character actors and rising stars. Stallone couldn't have had better support. It also had a clear concept, a celebration of the screwball comedy. Oscar would be a throwback to the fast-talking farces of the 1930s, remaking a French play which had already been made into a film in the 60s. There was just one small twist. Stallone hadn't been the original plan for Oscar at all. In development since the early 80s, with numerous names attached, Landis had cast Al Pacino as the lead when it went into active production, but Pacino ended up bailing to make Dick Tracy for more money instead. So with one star out and another in need of a reinvention, Landis cast John Rambo in the lead role of a retro comedy farce. The film industry was shook. This was a period when movie stars were at their peak of influence. Around the same time Oscar was going into production, Stallone, along with the likes of Arnie and Bruce, was becoming an early investor and promoter of Planet Hollywood, the celebrity shrine restaurant chain which would end up with more than 60 locations across the world. And it's a restaurant chain that young Culture Slice remembers being bang average. So for a figurehead to perform such a U-turn into comedy, being cast completely against type was a gamble, but Schwarzenegger had already achieved hits in the genre, with Twins and Kindergarten Cop, even if critics had been less convinced. For Stallone, he decided it was a risk worth taking. Oscar told the story of Stallone's character, Angelo Snaps Provolone, a gangster who promises to go straight as his father Kirk Douglas's final wish. But giving up crime is easier said than done. Snaps and his henchmen are completely out of their depth in the world of legitimate business. He's also hounded by a suspicious police lieutenant, isn't trusted by a rival mobster, and his daughter claims she is pregnant and that the father is in fact a former chauffeur called Oscar. Along the way, there's a whole load of slapstick, much of which involves free bags containing money, jewels, and the maid's underwear that are swapped around regularly to make Snap's life more difficult. During production, which kicked off in September 1990, a fire destroyed much of the film's set, a lot of the actors' trailers, and numerous classic cars being used in the film. Filming was forced to shut down for weeks. Aside from that though, no major issues. Perhaps it was a sign of the trouble to come. Oscar was soon locked in for a spring 91 release date. Critical reaction was largely negative, with the Miami Herald calling it dreadful for an hour or so, then merely bad, and the Washington Post stating, Stallone is to humor what John Goodman is to ballet. But not everyone disliked it. Siskel and Ebert gave it 2 thumbs up. Oscar actually managed 2 weeks at the top of the box office after it landed in cinemas on April 26th, but it was during a pretty quiet time for releases and it soon dropped off. Before the end of May, it was gone from screens. Audiences just didn't quite know what to make of it. It managed just over $20 million in North America against its $35 million budget. Perhaps its underperformance was always on the cards when one viewer at a test screening chose to write on their feedback card, "Why didn't he take his shirt off and kill anybody?" Why indeed. Oscar would be nominated for Worst Actor and Director at the 1992 Razzies, along with Worst Supporting Actress for Marissa Tomei. I genuinely don't understand that one. I thought she was pretty good. Less than 2 years later, she'd be picking up the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for My Cousin Vinny. Life really is full of ups and downs. I didn't think Oscar was a bad movie overall, not nearly as horrible as some of the reviews at the time. It doesn't quite manage to deliver on the retro fast concept, but there are funny moments, mainly driven by the stellar supporting cast. Stallone himself said years later that he regrets not playing his part more seriously, and that probably would have helped with making his performance less awkward, but as it was, he proved a strange fit. And it's not like he can't be funny. Across his career, Stallone's shown far more range than people gave him credit for early on. But for this specific role, in this specific movie, with the rapid-fire dialogue and over-the-top delivery, it takes a certain skill set. And he was on screen with some really elite talent. For whatever reason, it didn't quite land. Stallone reflected on Oscar's disappointing reaction in 2017. I guess it was too much of a shocking transition from Rambo to that. In the end, many never gave it a chance, and lots of critics seemed to be keen to give it a kicking. Stallone's early 90s comedy jamboree wouldn't stop at just Oscar though. Oh no siree. 1992 brought us Stop or My Mum Will Shoot, co-starring Golden Girl Estelle Getty and sending up his action hero status. Stop got savage reviews and, while not a total flop thanks to international takings, fared badly in the US, where it made less than $30 million. It remains a far more remembered comic sidestep in Stallone's career, but Oscar was actually a much wilder swing for the fences away from his action movie cinematic comfort zone. Before the end of 1993, Sly had gone back to that comfort zone twice, jumping off mountains in Cliffhanger and being cryogenically frozen with criminal Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man. The natural order had been restored. Years later, Landis would admit regrets about his casting choice. I think Oscar would have been a much better movie with Al, but there you go. In 2006, Stallone was asked about which films he wished he hadn't starred in. Stop or My Mum Will Shoot was the first film he mentioned, and Oscar was the second. But I don't know. Sure, Oscar ended up proving a clear demonstration of just how difficult comedy films are to do well. It was a brave attempt by a megastar to do something completely different, and while it proved a forgotten failure over time, it was an honourable failure nonetheless. As the saying goes, in life you miss every shot that you don't take. Even though people were walking them in the 80s, dinosaurs really had a moment in the 1990s. The sitcom Dinosaurs blended animatronics with satire on primetime TV. For younger audiences, there were shows like Denver the Last Dinosaur, who was, of course, my friend, and a whole lot more. Speaking of animation, The Land Before Time had been such a big hit in 1988 and continued to sell like hotcakes on video that it spawned 5 direct-to-video sequels across the 90s. It has in fact now clocked in at 14 films in total, with the latest one landing in 2016. Even the Flintstones got the live-action treatment in 1994, as Hollywood continued to surf the prehistoric trend for all it was worth. And then of course, you had Jurassic Park, a movie young Culture Slice saw 5 times in the cinema and a release that absolutely devoured the competition at the 1993 box office. In this climate, surely a slightly insane dinosaur buddy cop movie with a big star attached could work, especially with a sharp script and believable animatronics. Yeah, about that. There's been a theme across the Lost Comedies we've been covering today, reinvention. But if Theodore Rex was an attempt at some sort of reinvention for Whoopi Goldberg, it was the most flawed of the lot, a career move that she ended up becoming desperate to escape. By the time T-Rex, as it was originally titled, was being developed, Whoopi had long been established as a Hollywood force. Rising as a stand-up comedian in the early 80s, her 1984 one-woman Broadway show had caught the attention of Steven Spielberg, who cast her in The Color Purple, a performance which earned her a Best Actress Oscar nomination. She would go from Oscar nominee to winner for Ghost when she took home the Supporting Actress Award for her performance in a film that made over $500 million in cinemas to become the highest grossing release of 1990, outperforming numerous higher profile blockbusters and even Home Alone and Pretty Woman. It was legitimately huge. 1992's Sister Act proved she could carry a comedy film to box office gold, making $231 million on its $31 million budget and becoming the most rented film in US video stores in 1993. Sister Act 2, Back in the Habit, was a more modest hit, but still made money for Touchstone, and the likes of Made in America turned a profit too, although that one also spawned Whoopi's high-profile affair with Ted Danson, one of the hottest tabloid stories of the 90s. From hosting the Oscars to getting her own late-night talk show and commanding the highest salary of a female actress ever at the time, Whoopi Goldberg was a certified A-list star, all of which made her involvement in Theodore Rex, a buddy cop sci-fi action comedy co-starring a talking dinosaur called Teddy, so completely baffling. Not only would Theodore Rex prove a disastrous detour for Goldberg, it wouldn't even make it to cinemas and ended up the most expensive movie to go straight to video in North America. And it had all started so, well, T-Rex was the brainchild of Jonathan Bettuel, the writer of 1984's awesome The Last Starfighter, originally as a far darker movie than the finished article. He worked with Pee Wee Herman producer Richard Abramson to secure financing outside of the traditional studio system. So they found Stefano Ferrari, heir to an Italian pharmaceutical empire, who just so happened to be keen to establish himself in the movie business. Initially, The Human Lead had been written with someone like Kurt Russell in mind, but as the budget increased, it was decided that Whoopi Goldberg would be the ideal candidate. Quite a leap, but she was an objectively top-tier headliner after Sister Act. So Bettuel reworked the script, making it lighter and more joke-heavy, and Goldberg verbally agreed to make the movie in late '92 for $5 million, and a cut of the, profits. As pre-production kicked in though, Goldberg stopped returning the producers' calls. Clearly, they were being ghosted. She wanted out of the project. So with the movie's future in jeopardy, the film's makers decided to sue their star name in spring 1993 for $20 million. Rapidly becoming a high-profile disaster, Goldberg countersued. Theodore Rex might well have been lost to a sea of litigation forevermore, but Abramson realized he had an answering machine message from Goldberg confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was 100% committed to the movie. In the end, this recording became the evidence that forced Goldberg against her will to make Theodore Rex. Clearly, relations between star and filmmakers were at an all-time low now, but with a project to save, they agreed to increase her salary to $7 million, and Whoopi reluctantly agreed to make the thing. Theodore Rex was saved. With all the chaos going on behind the scenes, they now had a movie to make. Despite a questionable concept, an angry lead actor, and a terrible reputation, before a single frame had been shot, too much time and money had been spent on Theodore Rex to back out now. At least they had New Line Cinema in place to ensure a full cinematic release though. Cameras finally rolled on Theodore Rex in March 1994, with Bettuel as director, a still fuming Goldberg as the headliner, and a dinosaur title character brought to life by a combination of animatronics, puppetry, and an actor in a suit. The film took place in an alternative future and told the story of the odd couple pairing of Goldberg as a tough female cop and a talking T-Rex with human characteristics and clothes for some reason, being forced to work together to stop an evil billionaire from wiping out not just dinosaurs but all of mankind, or something. The production continued the messy trend. Abramson got the blame for the lawsuit issues and left the project, as Goldberg went through the motions on set when she would rather have been quite literally anywhere else. Betterwell desperately attempted to salvage a film from the wreckage and was constantly rewriting the script. In the words of Ferrari, Betterwell is a great writer, but he's just not a director, and that was the issue. Let's be honest, there were endless issues with Theodore Rex. 6 long months later, production wrapped, with post-production beginning in late '94 and a Christmas 1995 cinema release scheduled. Before too long though, not even that would be guaranteed. New Line Cinema had seen some footage and they were worried. Then the test screenings went unbelievably badly. The movie tried to be everything: kid-friendly, cool sci-fi, slapstick, comedy, and ended up being nothing. It had become a convoluted mess, with outdated animatronics and effects work, an increasingly annoying dinosaur lead character, painfully unfunny jokes, and a tone that was all over the place. In a post-Jurassic Park world, Theodore Rex was looking very ropey. By the spring of 1996, New Line Cinema pulled the plug. Rather than funneling funds into a marketing campaign and cinema release that they felt was destined to fail, Theodore Rex would be going straight to video. And in July of that year, the best part of 4 years since Goldberg's ill-fated verbal agreement, it stumbled onto the shelves. Not even given the chance to become a flop, Theodore Rex lives on in infamy as a cautionary Hollywood tale. It's rare that a studio is so ashamed of a big budget movie that it refuses to even release it in cinemas. I mean, New Line Cinema put both Suburban Commando and Mr. Nanny in cinemas in the 90s, so their quality control was very questionable at times. But this is one that is every bit as bad as the reputation that precedes it. A confused, charmless comedy with very few redeeming features and even less logic. A movie so poor and misguided that it's almost unbelievable to think it exists. So embarrassing that original producer Abramson has labelled it unwatchable and backer Ferrari has called it an actual piece of As head puppeteer on the movie, Bruce Lanoil put it decades later, why? Why are they talking? Why are they dressed as humans? Why are they not fighting back? Why doesn't he eat meat? Why does he want to live in an apartment? I mean, so many whys. Why does he wear a ring? Why is he driving in a car? And why is he with Whoopi Goldberg? And nobody could figure any of that out, and nobody has since. Answers on a postcard, please. Why indeed? The fallout from the total train wreck of Theodore Rex was considerable. Ferrari was sued by the international distributor to recoup at least some of the money lost on the project. Abramson would barely produce another movie, and Betterwell wouldn't direct again. As for Whoopi Goldberg, though she continued working, her time as an A-list movie star headliner was over. Clearly, with the dinosaur craze in full swing, there was some sense of drunken logic to Theodore Rex on paper, but this was no Jurassic Park. It wasn't even Denver the Last Dinosaur. It was a brand new story with no built-in audience, a concept which made no sense, and a film which was delivered really badly. Although in a strange way, even though I will quite happily never watch Theodore Rex again after making this video, I'm kind of glad it exists. The fact that a movie this misguided could be made at all is the kind of thing which makes Hollywood history so fascinating to me. Just don't make me watch Teddy Rex again, please. And there we have it, the very first edition of Lost Comedies is in the books. From can't miss big hitters, which did actually manage to miss, and prejudged misguided lunges into a new genre, to arguably unfairly buried teen comedies, to whatever the Theodore Rex was, the 90s really was a fascinating period for movies generally, even if the final results on screen sometimes left a fair amount to be desired. The 1980s, a time when the synthesizers were hot, the phones were massive, and a wannabe blockbuster seemed to roll off the Hollywood production line almost every weekend. Some lit up the box office, but others, not so much. Whether due to marketing missteps, creative miscalculations, or just being too weird for their time, many crashed and burned in cinemas. If they were bold enough, strange enough, or just plain unforgettable though, they refused to disappear. Today we're diving into 4 of the most ambitious, unique and gloriously bizarre almost blockbusters of the decade. Dark fantasies, interdimensional chaos, brave sequels to nowhere, and all sadly total box office busts. So slap on some neon, pour a Campari and soda, fire up your oscillation overthruster, and remember, it's all in the reflexes. This is Lost Blockbusters of the 1980s, the sequel, when Hollywood got weird. Welcome to the show. Here at Culture Slice Towers, we've spent a fair amount of time in the 1990s this year. And sure, the 90s was a glorious time, both for pop culture and teenage culture slice. But there's just something about the 1980s, isn't there? The aesthetic, the music, the vibe, the linen suits. Then of course there were the movies. And if there's one thing Hollywood couldn't resist in the 80s, it was a sequel. So today, Lost Blockbusters of the 1980s gets its very own second installment. That's right, it's time for Lost Blockbusters of the 80s 2, Electric Boogaloo. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Moving on, in this sequel we're heading into the stranger corners of the decade, a time when brave, wild, genre-mashing visions managed to make it through the studio system. And we're kicking things off with a trip back to 1985 for an ambitious fantasy epic from a visionary director with a cast led by a megastar in waiting. This movie had blockbuster written all over it. Or did it? Many of the most admired movies in Hollywood history were not hits when they first arrived in cinemas. Citizen Kane may be labelled the best movie ever made now, but it was a commercial letdown in 1941. It's a Wonderful Life, perhaps the most famous Christmas film of all time, barely scraped back its production budget in 1946. Back in 1939, The Wizard of Oz struggled to break even during its initial run, but more on the Emerald City later. In 1982, a truly iconic sci-fi movie, Blade Runner, suffered a similar fate, significantly under-delivering at the box office the first time round, before becoming an all-time classic in hindsight. When Blade Runner stalled in cinemas, its director, Ridley Scott, still had enough momentum from the success of Alien, which made $188 million in 1979, to bring a passion project he had first conceived years prior to the big screen. And it's a film that would end up suffering a fate closer to Blade Runner than Alien. Scott had long wanted to bring a fairy tale to the screen, a film he could make for his young kids. Although the movie he ended up creating veered to much darker territory in the end. Drawing inspiration from Beauty and the Beast, the works of the Brothers Grimm and more, he concluded that it needed to be brand new, as it was far easier to design a story to fit the medium of cinema than bend the medium for an established story. Scott worked on that story with writer William Hortzberg before shooting Blade Runner, under the absolutely awesome title of Legend of Darkness. Taking the project to Disney, the obvious home for a brand new fairy tale given its history, Scott was quickly rejected. We were years away from the Disney Renaissance here, and even though they were cooking up their own jet black fantasy animation for 1985, Disney weren't interested. Legend of Darkness was odd, too much of a gothic fever dream, and they passed on the project. By the time Blade Runner had wrapped, The script was lengthy, hugely expensive, and impractical in its size and scope, but they eventually chopped Legend down to something a little more manageable. Still though, no studio was biting. Thankfully, businessman turned producer Arnold Milchan appreciated Scott's vision and agreed to finance the $25 million project, a fairly large risk for a producer who, when Legend went into production, had only one released film on his resume, Martin Scorsese's King of Comedy, which got great reviews but made essentially no money in 1982. This was a huge leap of faith, but he felt Scott was clearly a director worth having faith in. He sold domestic distribution rights to Universal and international to 20th Century Fox. The studios wouldn't have much say during production, but might well do once they saw the finished film, which, yeah, they did. Anyway. The story of Legend was just your standard, everyday tale of a Lord of Darkness planning to create eternal night by destroying the last of the world's unicorns and marrying a princess, with only a young forest-dwelling Tom Cruise and his friends having any hope of saving the princess and their entire world. As you do. Wait, Tom Cruise? That's right, Tom Cruise played the role of Jack, the pure-hearted hero. Even if his performances in The Outsiders and Risky Business had created some momentum for his career, he was far from a blockbuster headliner at this stage, but Scott felt he was perfect for the film. Then unknown Mia Sara instantly became his clear choice for Princess Lily during a casting session. Casting the part of Darkness, the genuinely quite freaky demon antagonist, proved slightly more complex. Who could play what essentially amounted to a depiction of Satan? In the end, he discovered his darkness almost by chance. While considering Richard O'Brien for another role, he watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show and realized without a doubt that Tim Curry could pull off the role. He was right. With an entire Legend world to create, full forest sets were lavishly created at Pinewood Studios over a 14-week period. The costuming was intricate and complex. Curry's makeup to become Darkness took 5 hours or more to apply every day. Very few corners were cut, and there was no doubt that Legend would look great. It would also unquestionably be strange without the usual Hollywood studio filter. It would cover subjects like death and temptation, and was seemingly constantly on the verge of breaking out into a full-blown horror movie. I mean, within the first act there was a unicorn scalping scene, which was instantly up there with Atreyu's horse Artax drowning in the swamp of sadness as being one of the most disturbing horse-based scenes of the 1980s. It only got creepier from there, and let's not get started about Darkness being turned into a sort of horny sex symbol. Horny? Get it? Anyway, Legend went in front of the cameras in late March 1984, a shoot which lasted until the end of summer, with further reshoots in early 1985. The process was beset with problems. Scott's look for the film of a fairy tale on acid meant that lighting and rigging sometimes took hours between shots. The requirements for the elaborate sets, costumes and makeup caused yet further delays. A huge fire broke out on the Pinewood set, leaving considerable damage and more headaches for the crew. Cruise and Sara in particular were inexperienced. He'd never been in a film of this scale before, and she'd never even been in a film before. But they got it done. After an exhausting process of almost 2 years of active production, by early summer 1985, the final film was ready. The only problem was, test screenings in the US went badly. Like, really badly. Audiences found the film slow, confusing, and too dark. Quite literally in some cases. And Universal Pictures panicked. They delayed the North American release until 1986, agreed with Scott to cut the film down, make numerous changes, and replace Jerry Goldsmith's orchestral score with a soundtrack from electronic group Tangerine Dream instead. As Scott remembers, I got totally paranoid. I started to hack away at the movie. On reflection, it was the wrong thing to do. So in the end, the version American audiences saw was shorter, with dialogue and establishing shots removed to speed up the plot a bit, and a crawl opening added which explained the story in clear details. So the version of Legend, released 9 months later in the States, had a shorter running time and a completely different score. Still with me? Perfect. Either way, it didn't help. Critics were nonplussed and vitriolic at times. The Washington Post noted that Legend may turn out to be legendary, but not in the way the filmmakers intended. And TV Guide said that ultimately Legend is done in by the director's ambition. Gene Siskel delivered the most brutal blow. It stinks from top to bottom. Roger Ebert didn't dislike it quite as much, but was still far from glowing. All of the special effects in the world, and all of the great makeup, and all of the great Muppet creatures can't save a movie that has no clear idea of its own mission and no joy in its own accomplishment. It was not a rousing reception. When Legend finally debuted in North America on April 18, 1986, it grabbed top spot and held it for 2 weeks. But this wasn't exactly peak season, and it dropped out of the top 10 after just one more week. The film managed a little over $15 million in the US and Canada, having made $8 million internationally for a total box office gross of $23.5 million, less than the production budget, and that's before taking into account marketing and other costs. And yet, though Legend absolutely did not become a blockbuster, it also refused to vanish into the night. Over the years, it built a following, and in 2002, Scott released a director's cut that restored Goldsmith's score, added 20 minutes to the runtime, improved the pacing, and generally made the whole thing feel more like the fantasy epic he'd originally intended. It didn't rewrite history, but it did earn Legend some appreciation, just a couple of decades too late. As is so often the case, good timing is almost everything, and Legend had none of it. Not only was it released in North America as the Hollywood trend for fantasy films was nosediving, but its US release came the month before Top Gun hit cinemas and made Cruise an A-lister almost overnight. A month after Top Gun came Ferris Bueller's Day Off, a movie which would establish Mia Sara as a face to watch in Hollywood. Would releasing Legend later have made a huge difference? It's impossible to know for sure, but a post-Top Gun Cruise, coming off the highest grossing film of 1986, would have been a far bigger draw. Without his star power behind it though, this would become something of a strange footnote in both Cruise and Scott's careers. It's a shame that it's ended up in that position really. Legend is such a visual masterpiece where every penny of the budget and every hour of the crew's hard work is up on the screen. It's certainly flawed, but it's also inventive, very, very strange and beautiful at times. Tim Curry steals the show as darkness for as long as he's on the screen. The plot feels flimsy, even for a fairy tale, but the fact that it feels more like art house expression than a major studio release gives it a unique point of interest. However I describe it 40 years on though, the fact is that it did not connect at the time. Perhaps tellingly, Ridley Scott wouldn't make another fantasy film. Maybe I did a fantasy too soon, he would later reflect. I'm glad Legend exists though. It remains a curious entry in 80s cinema and the film which helped to shut the book on Hollywood's brief obsession with the fantasy genre in the 1980s. Any film that fully commits like Legend does, horns, hooves, glitter and all, deserves to not be shrouded in darkness forevermore. Once long ago, in a time before homepages and algorithms, the watchers of tales sought a place to feed their curious minds, and a video to put on whilst eating their dinner. From across the realms came two portals of knowledge, nostalgia, and the occasional Tom Selleck reference. A noble knight known as Culture Slice, and their trusty sidekick Culture Slice Cuts. Those who subscribed were granted the power to revisit the past and make sense of forgotten futures. Those who didn't, were not. Choose wisely, traveller. Subscribe to the channels and click the bell, or else the shadows could steal Culture Slice from your feed forevermore. Next up tonight comes a film from arguably the greatest cult director of all time, as he stepped onto the blockbuster battlefield to make a major summer movie for one of the big Hollywood studios, but ended up in big trouble of his own. So why didn't this unforgettable kung fu fantasy action comedy make it to the pillars of heaven in 1986? Well, sit back, hold tight and keep the home fires burning. And if we're not back by dawn, call the president. It always fascinates me when a director unexpectedly gets the keys to the Hollywood studio system. When a filmmaker who made their name redefining genres on the fringes suddenly steps into the Hollywood machine, tasked with navigating a major release outside of their comfort zone with a big budget and a marketing plan which probably includes suggestions for Happy Meal toys. In 1986, that director was John Carpenter. After years of turning low-budget horror and sci-fi into cinematic gold and delivering big profits with independent studios, Carpenter was handed the chance to make a summer blockbuster. And the film he made was a supernatural kung fu comedy that mashed together ancient Chinese mythology, Indiana Jones-style adventure, and a truck driver who clearly has no idea he's not the hero. It completely befuddled 20th Century Fox, the studio backing it. As Carpenter reflected years later, I was hoping that the movie would be successful and would lead to more big-budget films, but it wasn't, and that's the reality of the business. You're only as good as your last picture. The thing is, Carpenter's last pictures before 1986 had been pretty good. After Halloween had redefined horror movies in the late 70s and The Fog continued his run of hits in 1980, Carpenter had turned the $6 million budget of Escape from New York into a $50 million box office return in 1981. All had been released by independent studios and all had made many multiples of their production costs. A year later though, the thing had been released by Universal and flopped with audiences and critics alike. It's now rightly seen as a classic, but it had been a notable setback at the time. The Thing's failure saw him replaced as director on the Stephen King adaptation Firestarter and lose his development deal with Universal, but Carpenter rebounded somewhat in the preceding years. Keen to move away from making cult movies, he would eventually end up helming 1984's Starman after numerous others dropped out. It had been in development for years, with him coming on board to deliver a film that didn't pull up too many trees at the box office, but did offer a different, sweeter, even romantic vision to the director's CV. By 1985, he was ready to be hired for his next project, a job he specifically took as a chance to make a big studio picture. Big Trouble in Little China originated from a script by Gary Goldman and David Weinstein, who had left the project when Fox wanted the story to be switched to a more modern setting to give it a better chance of box office success. Enter W.D. Richter. Remember that name? He'll be back later in this video. Who retooled the script, added more comedy and Chinese mysticism, and even turned down the chance to direct The Thing, having been put off by his studio experience making a movie we'll be discussing later. So Fox needed a director, and they saw Carpenter as the ideal option. He eventually agreed, made his own tweaks to the script, and Big Trouble in Little China went into production in the summer of '85. The shooting script they ended up with told the story of Kurt Russell's Jack Burton, a brash but clueless truck driver, and his friend Dennis Dunn's Wang Chi, who enter the San Francisco Chinatown underworld when Wang's fiancée is kidnapped by the ancient sorcerer Lo Pan. Along the way on their rescue mission, they encounter armies, kung fu masters, Kim Cattrall as Jack's love interest, and uncover an ancient curse that Lo Pan is attempting to break. As chaos unfolds, Jack stumbles through a world of mysticism, mayhem, and martial arts, rarely understanding what's going on, almost always being saved by someone else, but usually ready with a one-liner. From the beginning though, there were signs for concern. Fox were worried about competition from Eddie Murphy's The Golden Child, which went into production at a similar time and also covered comedy, Chinese spiritualism, and martial arts. So they wanted Big Trouble released, by the summer of '86 to avoid going head-to-head. The thinking was logical. Murphy was one of the biggest movie stars in the world by this stage, and the two films had similarities, but it meant Carpenter had a fast turnaround in pre-production to make an October '85 filming date, and then less than 4 months to shoot the thing. A big ask for a movie with so many stunts, fight scenes, special effects, and intricate sets. The whole production team felt the pressure. We had no time. The studio said, we've got to beat The Golden Child to theatres. That was the whole idea, get it done and out. Fox didn't really understand what they were backing either. They wanted a standard action picture, while Carpenter was shooting an action comedy with lots of irony, where the hero is in fact almost completely useless. The director has said the studio was scared of the movie, and that fear extended into the editing process. Fox execs micromanaged the work, requested a new opening scene be added to make Jack Burton seem more heroic, and the timelines for ILM to deliver effects were brutal. When it came to the marketing, the studio misrepresented Carpenter's satirical vision. They sold it as a more traditional 80s action movie, Rambo in Chinatown as Carpenter would later call it. That's if they did really sell it at all. Big Trouble's promotional budget of around $3 million was small for a major release film at the time. So when it rolled out to cinemas on July 2nd, 1986, those audiences who did know about it didn't get what they were expecting. Big Trouble never even made it into the box office top 10 across its entire cinema run. Debuting behind fellow newcomers Psycho 3, Basil the Great Mouse Detective, About Last Night, and Under the Cherry Moon on opening weekend, and failing to build any momentum from there. Hung out to dry by its lack of effective promotion, North American box office takings of just over $11 million didn't come close to its $25 million production budget, and saw Big Trouble labelled as a flop. Critical responses were all over the place at the time, ranging from a dull film, an artless dig in the Spielberg garden in the Chicago Tribune, to Harlan Ellison's take that it was a cheerfully blathering live-action cartoon that will give you release from the real pressures of your basically dreary lives. But its legend has grown over time. Finding a new life on the small screen, it remains a classic to this day, but it never became the genuinely different blockbuster it deserved to be. Given the time constraints and studio pressure, the film Carpenter managed to deliver is really shockingly good. Big Trouble finds the perfect balance of action, comedy, and batshit crazy. It subverts the genre, creates something genuinely fresh, and does it without fear of being completely odd along the way. It also features one of the finest theme songs in 80s cinema, from Carpenter's own band the Coupe de Villes. The music video alone was worth the production budget of the entire movie. Though the film itself holds up to this day, is really funny and looks great too, the production and release left scars for those involved, not least the director himself. After Big Trouble, I lost my taste for the big studios. I thought we had something special. It had martial arts, fantasy, humor, but the studio didn't know what to do with it. It was frustrating. I think I realized then that I'm not cut out for the politics of the big studios. Navigating Hollywood's system takes crackerjack timing for sure, but maybe John Carpenter was always destined to be a lone wolf. As for the fate of the Golden Child, well, that's a story for another day. Take us away, Big Trouble in Little China. What happens when a first-time director with a clear vision is handed the keys to the Emerald City? In our penultimate film tonight, we're heading back to 1985, when one of Hollywood's greatest editors teamed up with a producer riding high off the success of, Police Academy? As Disney looked to reinvigorate a true Hollywood classic with a bold, darker take for a new generation. What followed was a chaotic production and an even messier release, a true one-off attempt to steer the family blockbuster in a freaky, fascinating new direction, and nightmare fuel for a generation of kids. For better or for worse, we're not in Kansas anymore. There were some unexpected trends in the 1980s. Shoulder pads the size of your garage, riots over Cabbage Patch Kids dolls, the obsession with getting busy with the fizzy by owning a SodaStream machine. But perhaps the most surprising was the Hollywood urge for making follow-ups to iconic films decades after the originals. Usually involving none of the first film's creative team, these sequels were a kind of low-tech IP mining, many years ahead of the current Hollywood playbook. We're used to pretty much everything getting rebooted now, but back in the mid-80s, studios taking this route was a bit of a shock. So these creative experiments were far higher risk and usually met with complete confusion. 1983 saw Psycho 2 pick up Hitchcock's masterpiece more than 2 decades later. In 1984, 2010, the year we make contact, took the ballsy approach of following on from the story of Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. These weren't legacy sequels, they were rolls of the dice for the studios involved. And for that, honestly, even though many criticized or prejudged them at the time, I think they have to be commended in some senses. The most high profile of these experiments came in 1985 in the form of Return to Oz, a standalone follow-up to 1939's The Wizard of Oz, one of the most beloved films in Hollywood history. The Wizard of Oz had become a cultural institution, repeated endlessly on TV since the 1950s and absorbed into the DNA of pop culture. Most saw it as untouchable. Other interpretations of the story had been made, and attempts at a sequel had been floated before, but never came to fruition over concerns of tarnishing the original's legacy. In Hollywood, imagine that. But with L. Frank Baum's many Oz books to use as source material, there was the potential to cover a lot more ground. That and the fact that, by 1980, the rights that Disney held on making an Oz movie from the later stories were about to expire. So when Disney exec Tom Wilhite asked Walter Murch what he might be interested in making his directorial debut, his answer, another Wizard of Oz movie from the later books in the series, couldn't have come at a better time. Murch was a major creative force already. He'd worked on American Graffiti, the Godfather films, and had just won an Academy Award for his work on Apocalypse Now. His editing and sound design was trusted implicitly by George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola. But even with that pedigree, following up The Wizard of Oz was a massive gamble, especially when his vision was so starkly different to the MGM classic fans knew so well. This was Murch's dream project though. We knew going in that it was going to be risky, but it had been 45 years since the original. I thought enough time had passed for a different sensibility to have a chance. Murch's script, co-written by Gil Dennis, picked up 6 months after The Wizard of Oz. Young Dorothy, played by Fairuza Balk in her very first film role, is declared insane for talking about life in Oz and sent to a Kansas mental institution. But when a storm hits, she escapes, nearly drowns, and wakes up in Oz for the second time. Only, this Oz is nothing like the one she remembers. The Emerald City is in ruins, the yellow brick road has been torn apart, and there are crazy, evil, nightmare-inducing villains like the Wheelers hunting her down. The no longer magical kingdom is now ruled by the Gnome King and an evil princess who casually swaps out heads for fun. With the help of her strange new allies, Tick-Tock, Jack Pumpkinhead, a flying sofa called the Gump, and Bellina the talking chicken, Dorothy sets off to the Gnome King's mountain to restore Oz to its former glories. Bleak, surreal, and rooted in the darker elements of the Oz books, dealing with themes like abandonment, loss, and the descent into madness, this was 100% not going to be your average 80s family movie. There were no show tunes, and the usual Hollywood positivity filter was well and truly turned off. As Return to Oz went into active production though, Disney's own Magic Kingdom was on entirely shaky ground. The studio was in chaos. Their first original animated film in years, The Black Cauldron, was spiraling out of control, and would almost end up shutting their animation division down for good. Live-action films like The Black Hole were failures, and soon the likes of Condor Man would follow suit. Tron was amazing and groundbreaking in 1982, obviously, but it was also expensive and extremely time-consuming to produce. Being expensive and time-consuming were soon two things Tron and Return to Oz would have in common. When principal photography began in early 1984, it soon became clear just how huge the task of bringing the new Oz film to the screen would be. Though Murch felt that advances in special effects could make the project a reality, he perhaps didn't quite account for the sheer scale of the movie. Combining working with kids, animals, puppets, animatronics, shooting for claymation, which would be done in post-production, CGI, and all for your directorial debut, it was a lot for anyone. The shoot quickly fell behind schedule, budget issues increased, and Disney execs, picking up a project their predecessors had approved, hated the early footage they were seeing from the production going on in England. 5 weeks in, they fired Murch. Enter George Lucas. Mr. Star Wars flew to England, convinced Disney to reinstate Murch, and even guaranteed that he would step in and finish the thing if Murch couldn't. As Murch remembers, it was a fantastic act of generosity and commitment on his part. He used some kind of Jedi mind trick to convince them to rehire me. The film had also been given a new producer. Gary Kurtz, who had started the project, had clashed with Disney on the budget and departed for an executive position not long after. But he was soon replaced by a new man, the man who was there to save the day, the man who brought us Police Academy. Even though he would become the driving force behind endless Police Academy sequels, Paul Maslansky wasn't primarily known as the producer behind the adventures of Mahoney, Lassard and friends in early 1984. Prior to Police Academy 1's April release in that year, he'd made his name as the producer of the Oscar-nominated drama The Right Stuff. So while a jump from Police Academy to Return to Oz might not make perfect sense in hindsight, at the time he was seen as the man who could help steer the troubled production to completion. Post-production was grueling, even for a master editor like Murch, and early test screenings went poorly. Murch remembers this having both negative and positive implications. There was a whole new management at Disney, and they were not really interested in Return to Oz, so they mostly ignored it after it did not do so well in previews, which was both good and bad. The good part was that I was able to complete the film I wanted to make. The bad part was that they didn't really get behind its release. With Disney unimpressed, the reaction of critics didn't help matters. Though most praised the visuals, world building, and the performance of Bulk, it was mostly met with confusion. The San Francisco Chronicle called it a mechanical movie that never finds a real heart to engage an audience, while TV Guide noted it doesn't have any wit, joy, or drive. A view Time expanded upon by stating that it would defy the gifts of an Olivier to find interesting, amusing life in a context as charmless and joyless and songless as the one Murch and his design team have concocted. Siskel and Ebert didn't like it much either.
Now here's a film that really blew its potential to entertain. The sequel to the classic Wizard of Oz called Return to Oz. First of all, they didn't make it a musical. Not smart. You know, it's a bad film when the chicken is the most interesting character in the picture. And actually, the chicken was kind of cute in this film.
It seemed like the world was not ready for another Oz movie, and it could not be saved at the box office. Landing in cinemas on June 21st, 1985, Return to Oz was a financial washout. It hit 7th spot on opening week, behind the likes of Cocoon, Rambo First Blood Part 2, Fletch and The Goonies. So it was a pretty strong week, but still an underperformance, and Return to Oz's journey didn't get any less bumpy from there. It would only stay in the top 10 for one more week and slid out of cinemas quietly after only a few more. In the summer of '85, Back to the Future was the kind of movie audiences wanted to see, rather than a sequel to a film from 50 years ago that seemed to be too scary for kids and too old-fashioned for teenagers. Perception is everything, and the optics weren't great. In the end, Return to Oz generated $11 million domestically against its $28 million production budget, having been labelled a disaster from day one. Return to Oz is one of the bleakest family films of this or any era, relentlessly, unapologetically so, from the very beginning. I mean, the movie starts with a child escaping electrotherapy treatment at a sanatorium and just goes downhill from there. The original Oz movie had darker elements, but also a light and shade and musical numbers that allowed it to be presented as easily digestible family entertainment. Return to Oz ditched all of that. It was always likely to struggle in summer blockbuster season. And yet, while it's unquestionably bleak, Return to Oz is magical in its own way. It's not the spectacle of the 1939 movie, but it was never meant to be. It has a DIY aesthetic for sure, but given the state of the Land of Oz at the start of the story, that was kind of the point. You truly believe in what you are watching, even if what you are watching is often completely mental. The film features an amazing central performance from Bulk at such a young age. The score from David Shire is beautiful, and the movie has been acknowledged by some in more recent years as the unique classic that I think it is. The craft required to deliver the whole thing means it remains special on the 40th anniversary of its release. When I was a young Culture Slice, the Wheelers creeped me out something chronic. Same goes for Princess Mombi and the Hall of Heads, and the Gnome King eating Dorothy's friends, and any number of other freaky moments in this movie. But that was the whole point. Even though I now know that the Wheelers were a group of stunt performers rolling around on all fours, and the Gnome King is a claymation masterpiece, a lot of that impact still remains. Murch continued to have a great career, but Return to Oz would be his only work as a director. His monument to the stories he loved so much as a kid. It's a shame we never saw what he might have done next. It was always suited to having a second life on video and later DVD, to be appreciated in a slow burn way rather than the high pressure environment of blockbuster season. Return to Oz was a trailblazer too. Audiences weren't used to drastically different takes on classic stories in the same way in the 1980s. And I'll take this version any day over whatever that Sam Raimi, James Franco effort was in the 2010s. Made at a time when CGI-heavy retreads were becoming almost unwatchable at points. As Murch recently put it when reflecting more than 40 years on, films should be smarter than the people who make them. You can find plenty of negative reviews for Return to Oz, and that's alright. We need art that splits opinion. I love it and always will, but I can appreciate your perspective if you don't. And just like the other movies we're covering tonight, I can kind of see why it wasn't a hit at the time. For our final film tonight, we're investigating one of the strangest, most inventive sci-fi movies of the 1980s. One that, in a fairer world or a different dimension, might have become one of the wildest underdog blockbuster hits of any era. But in the chaotic summer of 1984, it fell by the wayside, even though they actually announced a sequel at the end of the movie. Still, it's always worth remembering, no matter where you go, there you are. In the early 1980s, whether through luck or design, it felt like more unique, sometimes mad creative visions were being given a chance in Hollywood. It didn't always work out, but for a time at least, the door to make something truly original was open. Or at least, slightly ajar. And through that door walked Buckaroo Banzai, an idea that had been developed for years by its writer Earl Mac Rauch and director W.D. Richter. See, I told you he'd be back. The pair had crafted a detailed world and intricate character backstories for the film concept, which combined sci-fi, action, adventure and comedy into something completely different. This was the story of a brain surgeon, a test pilot, a physicist, a rock star, a samurai, an adventurer. all of which happen to be the same person by the name of Buckaroo Banzai. Banzai opens up a pathway to another dimension while testing his device, the Oscillation Overthruster, which allows him to pass through solid matter via the 8th dimension. With his enemy Dr. Emilio Lizardo hoping to steal the Overthruster and red Lectroid aliens from Planet 10 coming to Earth though, Buckaroo must team up with his friends and bandmates to save the world, whilst also finding love along the way. Taking influence from pulp comics of the 1930s, Buckaroo Banzai was a weird, bold and totally one-of-a-kind film. It had big ideas, a singular vision and that unmistakable 80s sheen. Oh, and it was every bit as crazy as it sounds. It wouldn't end up making money, but it definitely would leave a legacy, if only they could just get the thing made. In the early 80s, Richter and Rauch's passion project looked to be about to go into production at MGM, under producer Neil Canton and studio head David Begelman, who loved the concept. Richter had been nominated for Best Screenplay at the 1981 Oscars, which didn't hurt their prospects. The only problem was, the 1981 Writers Guild strike completely stopped momentum on the project, and Begelman soon left MGM after a series of flops. Undeterred, he created his own production company to make Buckaroo Banzai, and convinced 20th Century Fox to release it. Begelman was already a pretty controversial figure, given his embezzlement scandal at Columbia Pictures a few years earlier. But Buckaroo Banzai was going to get made. It had a decent sized budget, eventually around $17 million, but the scope of the movie was huge. The casting was considered and deliberate. Peter Weller became Buckaroo as someone who could be both heroic and intelligent enough to be a neurosurgeon, while the role of lead villain Lizardo was written with John Lithgow in mind, with Ellen Barkin as love interest Penny Priddy, Lewis Smith amongst the members of Buckaroo's band the Hong Kong Cavaliers, and the likes of Jeff Goldblum and Christopher Lloyd. It featured a who's who of potential future household names, with each character given a specific look and backstory. As Barkin recalls, none of the characters are quite what they should be, just my kind of thing. That quirkiness extended to every element of the movie. The film could be read on multiple different levels, or just enjoyed for its unique visual elements alone. Buckaroo Banzai went into production in the summer of 1983 across Los Angeles, and issues soon followed. Begelman requested constant changes, at least initially, battling with the director and writer. Fox execs, who thought they were getting a sci-fi comedy that could be a Spielberg or Lucas knockoff, didn't understand it. Events like the director of photography being replaced mid-shoot without input from the filmmakers demonstrated the issues. When it came to post-production, at the request of execs, the runtime was considerably cut and entire scenes, like an opening featuring Jamie Lee Curtis as Buckaroo's mother, were removed. One scene that did somehow survive though was an entirely random moment in a science lab with a clamped watermelon, simply added to see if anyone would notice. They didn't, and the watermelon is never explained in the film. In the end, Buckaroo Banzai somewhat fell over the finish line, battered and bruised, and the studio essentially gave it no promotion. The writing was on the wall when it hit cinemas on August 10th, 1984. The summer of '84 was survival of the fittest for any new release, with the likes of Gremlins, Ghostbusters, The Karate Kid, Temple of Doom, The Neverending Story, The Last Starfighter, Romancing the Stone, and yes, The Muppets Take Manhattan, all in cinemas. But for a film which was quite mad to begin with, that had been dumped by its confused studio, Buckaroo Banzai had no chance. Without any momentum, the movie did nothing at the box office. It hit 15th spot in the charts on its opening week, and that was the peak. It would make just over $6.2 million in North America, less than half its production budget, and it would barely get an international release to write home about. For years, I would hear or read about this film Buckaroo Banzai, with a long title about something to do with dimensions. Ellen Barkin was in it, and RoboCop was the lead. It was revered as a classic, but it never seemed to turn up on TV, at least in the UK, so I hunted the thing down eventually. It did not disappoint. Despite the studio meddling, it still held up incredibly well, especially the first half, and it deserves its cult status today. A sequel, Buckaroo Banzai against the World Crime League, was actually promoted at the end of the movie, but that hasn't yet seen the light of day. I'd say it's unlikely that it ever will. Richter reflected on the lack of a sequel decades later. That seems like a real cheat, to put it there and not make the movie. But again, if the movie had gone on to make a fortune, we would have made it. It remains one of the great Lost sequels. Clearly, there was so much more to explore in the Buckaroo Banzai world. Though it felt like a great Hollywood calling card, Richter's career as a director didn't last long. He returned to screenwriting with the likes of Big Trouble and would only direct one more film, 1991's Late for Dinner. As for Rauch, he wrote another movie, the 1989 John Belushi biopic Wired, before largely disappearing from view. He retained some Buckaroo Banzai rights and even released a follow-up book in 2021. But the Hollywood system on Buckaroo seems to have burned them both out, as Richter reflects. I really don't want to have 5 people in a room giving me notes, and that's the thing that wears you down. To some extent, I can appreciate a marketing team not quite knowing what to do for Buckaroo Banzai in the mid-80s. There was no segmented targeting of audiences across multiple platforms in 1984, just posters and TV and maybe radio, so promotional tools were pretty blunt. What I can't appreciate though is a studio dumping a film as interesting as this and not even giving it a proper marketing campaign. Rolled out on a smaller number of screens by Fox, Buckaroo Banzai never got a chance to become the slow build hit that it could and should have been. The studio was going through internal management changes and Buckaroo fell through the cracks. They had no idea what to do with it, but didn't try anyway. It was too strange and too smart, and apparently Fox never even asked about a sequel, despite it being revealed in the actual movie. Richter is grateful for the film being made, almost despite the Hollywood system in front of them. I just said, I'm going to do it if somebody stops us, and the studio almost did several times, but we just kept going. Normally, Hollywood wouldn't let you make that movie. It's a fluke. Whether fluke or not, it feels like this era of 80s experimentation, before more and more studios were completely gobbled up by major multinational conglomerates, might have been the final time that it could have been made. Buckaroo Banzai was not a blockbuster hit, but in a better world, it should have been. This is the kind of movie we don't get enough of, and despite all the production problems, it still came together in the end. At least we live in a world where Buckaroo Banzai exists, I guess. And for that, we can be thankful. Endings are important, iconic, an undervalued element of a great movie. And I mean that Buckaroo Banzai group strut, it must be one of the greatest in film history, right? Years before Reservoir Dogs 2, only it's at the end, not the start. And the film it's in has just a tad less blood splattered along the way. Anyway, where was I? If there had been a 1985 Oscar for Best End Credits Group Strut, Buckaroo Banzai would have walked it. Pure cinema. Buckaroo Banzai was just pure cinema. But wait, why is there a watermelon there?
I'll tell you later.
In the end, revisiting these 4 films reminded me that Hollywood would once allow more truly wild creative swings for the fences to sneak out of the system. Movies that had no guarantees of success whatsoever, but still made it to the screen. And that's worth celebrating, because when it comes to culture, weird is good, weird is important, and weird fosters genuine progress. And the 1980s gave us plenty of it. Just another thing to love the decade for, I guess.
Oh, sexy girlfriend!
Do you like bangers? Bangers. Well, then you're going to love Culture Slice Dance Party 4. Featuring 80 of today's hottest dance floor hits. With more of what you're looking for, there's enough to get even the werewolf school dance party jumping. Do not accept any imitations. Culture Slice Dance Party 4. Not available now in any stores.
Turn it on and rip the knob off.
haunted castles, major studio nightmare fuel, nocturnal box office bombs, and a monster squad that deserves so much more. An old school creepy 4-film playlist without a graveyard smash in sight. And it's all coming up right now.
Access granted.
I was working in the lab late one night when my eyes beheld an eerie sight. Halloween was upon us once again, and Halloween season in the 80s and 90s was a time for Halloween Havoc, Treehouse of Horror episodes when they were actually good, and of course young Culture Slice suiting up as a Ghostbuster. Last October, we howled at the moon with a Teen Wolf 2 sequel Palooza special, but for 2025's creepiest time of year, we're digging even deeper and cracking open the crypt for 4 freaky flicks, some of which could have become Halloween classics, and some which, probably couldn't. Even if they had a small screen afterlife though, what all these monster mashes did have in common was that they each delivered truly terrifying numbers at the box office when they were first released. And we're starting tonight's ghoulish goings on with a 1987 movie that had all the elements it needed to grab pop culture by the nards and become the next Goonies, but instead vanish from cinemas like a vampire at sunrise. How can a film this good meet such a grim fate? Well, hop in and let's find out. Some films becoming cult classics makes perfect sense. Movies that instantly feel too niche, too out there, or too experimental to make a big splash in cinemas. The kind of films destined to find their audience in the months and years that follow, on late night TV or battered VHS tapes. But then there are films that just feel like they have everything lined up to become major hits, or maybe even blockbusters. Movies that came with the right story at the right time that seem like they could almost instantly cross over to the mainstream. From Ghostbusters to Gremlins, the 1980s was littered with films that walked this line, and 1987's The Monster Squad looked like it really could join this exclusive club. Just like Tom Selleck becoming a massive action movie star after the film Runaway, it just felt inevitable. No, just me? Anyway. But instead, the Monster Squad kind of went nowhere. So what actually happened? Let's go back to the start. The film started life with Fred Dekker, a young writer-director who took inspiration from Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein for the mash-up concept of a group of kids like the Little Rascals clashing with the classic Universal movie monsters such as Dracula and the Wolfman. While he made his first feature, Night of the Creeps, Dekker asked friend and fellow UCLA graduate Shane Black to write a full script, which ended up being very long and featured scenes that would have made the budget fairly astronomical. After Dekker cut things down somewhat, he took the script to Universal, the obvious home for the picture, but they turned it down. In the end, the comparatively upstart studio TriStar Pictures would pick it up. So rather than achieving the dream of featuring the actual Universal monsters, the makers were required to make the monster characters look just different enough to avoid copyright issues. But those monsters would at least look the absolute business, being created by Stan Winston's industry-leading studio team. The same year that the Monster Squad was released, Winston would win his first Oscar for his work on Aliens. And the work his team did on the film was right up there. Capricorn One director Peter Hyams loved the script and came on board as exec producer, helping the inexperienced duo of Dekker and Black to get the production through the studio system. On set, Hyams' style clashed at times with the inexperienced Dekker when the film went into production in the autumn of 1986, but they eventually ironed out the issues. As Dekker remembers, "It wasn't halfway through that Peter wanted me fired, it was at the end of the first week. Rob Cohen, who was also a producer on it, went to bat for me and said, 'Look, maybe he's got beginner's jitters.' Jitters or not, Dekker finished the movie." And that movie took us to an unnamed American suburb where Duncan Regehr's Dracula is not only alive but seeking the help of other classic horror monsters like the Wolfman and Frankenstein to retrieve an amulet from a small town which will lead to world domination. But a group of misfit kids discover the plot with the help of a scary German guy. Their words, not mine. And soon, while they wait for the army to get back to them, the Monster Squad are ready to fight back. Led by Andre Gower's Sean, the squad also includes Brent Chalem as the awkward outcast Horace, the older cool kid Rudy played by Ryan Lambert, and Ashley Bank as Sean's little sister Phoebe. It's a simple twist on using recognisable IP in a clever new way, and certainly more interesting than Universal's painful attempted dark universe in the 2010s, but in the 1980s the studios didn't want to know. Sadly, not many members of the public did either. The Monster Squad popped into North American cinemas on August 14th, 1987, and left not long after. The box office top 10 that week featured the likes of Stakeout and The Living Daylights, and new entries Can't Buy Me Love and No Way Out, plus even noted flop Masters of the Universe in its second week on release, but conspicuous by its absence was The Squad. Limping in at a painful number 12, far behind The Lost Boys which stole a fair amount of its thunder, it went nowhere. 1 week later, dropping to number 16, it was barely keeping its head above The Garbage Pail Kids, one of the absolute worst films ever made. It all seemed so unfair, but sometimes that's exactly what life is. Monster Squad would end up with a total of just under $3.8 million in cinemas, drastically below its $14 million budget, and before too long it crept out of theatres, and that was seemingly that. Or was it? Sorry, let me just turn that off. Or was it? Even though it unquestionably flatlined in cinemas, many years after its release, it became clear that there were fans of the Monster Squad worldwide. But it was something of a secret club. A movie that a lot of my friends who I asked whilst making this video hadn't even heard of. It retains a sizable cult following to this day, but it's also always remained an outsider rather than a constant in popular culture. It required a fan movement to get the film released on DVD in the 2000s, even if it did sell like hotcakes when that finally, thankfully happened. When I first managed to see the Monster Squad, it felt like it had come straight out of my VHS dreams. This was a bit like The Goonies, but still completely its own unique thing, with monsters, a slightly sharper edge, a couple of banging Michael Sembello songs on the soundtrack, Rock Until You Drop for Life, and endlessly quotable lines from My Name is Horace and Wolfman's Got Nards to Give Me the Amulet, you lines that should have been implanted in the vernacular forever. It's legitimately creepy, genuinely funny, and delivers an emotional shock to the system too. How had I never seen this movie before? It should have been one of the breakout hits of 1987, but instead I discovered that it had made basically no money. As much as it's clear that I'm one of those who does love this movie though, I can in hindsight kind of understand why it wasn't a bigger hit. It's a love letter to those classic Universal monster characters, but it also steered close to the bone on the horror element, and it failed to avoid getting an older classification in key markets, which stopped a fair percentage of its potential audience from even getting the chance to see it. It received a PG-13 rating in North America and a 15 certificate in the UK. Too scary for kids, not seen as cool enough by teens who wanted to watch The Lost Boys instead. It was sadly a recipe for box office failure. It's clear that the marketing department didn't really get the movie they were being asked to promote. The Monster Squad ended up a film somewhat stuck between its promotion and content, which didn't end up hurting the quality of the final product, but did mean that it struggled to find enough advocates in its cinema release to give it the opening that it deserved. Shane Black had already become a made man in Hollywood with his Lethal Weapon script, negating the negative impact of Monster Squad's perceived failure. He would go on to be one of the best writers working in the mainstream over the next few decades, and so much of what makes his work so good is present in that 1987 movie. Fred Dekker wasn't so lucky, and his promising directing career flatlined. which remains a real shame. Rather than getting to make his dream project, a Johnny Quest movie, the only other director credit he has since Monster Squad was 1993's infamous RoboCop 3. A prime sequel-palooza candidate if there ever has been one. In 2018, the excellent documentary Wolfman's Got Nards detailed the unique journey of the Monster Squad and the impact it had had on people since it was released. If you find it another passion for 80s cinema, I'd highly recommend checking it out. As that doc begins, Fred Dekker reflects on the film that would end up becoming his masterpiece. Is Monster Squad a cult movie? I think a cult movie is something that is appreciated in a way that people don't necessarily predict. But ultimately movies are either good or bad, and they're accepted or they're not. And for me, it's pretty simple. The Monster Squad is good, really good. It's worth 82 minutes of anyone's time. Sometimes you just have to grab life by the nards. From the sublime to the, how would you describe this one exactly? Our second movie of the night takes us deep into one Ghostbusters star's creepiest creative vision. A vision so strange that it stretched the very limits of the comedy genre. Sure, it had comedians in it, but the final film became a freaky fever dream that bamboozled pretty much everyone when it was released in cinemas in 1991. But was this weapons-grade nightmare fuel actually one of the bravest major studio experiments of the era? Or was it simply more trouble than it was worth? I've always been fascinated by those moments when stars cash in their creative chips to make a wild passion project, without any consideration for the consequences. The kind of films that get made because big names drive them forward to completion, despite almost everyone else being seemingly befuddled, confused or horrified. Sometimes history proves them right, the movie becomes a hit, the creative gamble paid off, and everyone looks like a genius. But other times it doesn't quite go that way. At the start of the 90s, Dan Aykroyd was one of Hollywood's go-to comedy stars. After a decade that had seen him headline everything from the Blues Brothers to Trading Places and Ghostbusters to Spies Like Us, he was viewed as one of the safest pair of hands around. But the next film he chose to make would see Aykroyd become the poster boy for one of the worst received major releases of the era, perhaps of any era. And as its writer, star and eventually director, this was absolutely his creative baby, although perhaps the less said about babies for now the better. First written as a story by his brother Peter, Dan Aykroyd's script was inspired by a real-life encounter, a moment when a small-town traffic stop had ended up with him in front of a local judge, paying a $50 fine and even staying for dinner. And so began the strange journey of a film that Aykroyd wanted to call Valkenvania, a horror comedy mashup to be named after the fictional town where his bizarre film concept would be told. What if the small town folk featured were truly creepy and sinister? What if they held grudges? How far could Aykroyd take it? He combined the original concept with a bizarre cast of characters and began shopping the script around. Warner Brothers were interested, but they wanted Chevy Chase as the lead, the smug, sarcastic yuppie dragged into a small-town nightmare, whilst Aykroyd would play the crazed judge who runs the town. Filling the director's chair proved more difficult. John Hughes apparently considered it, but eventually passed. John Landis read the script and wanted nothing to do with it. To ensure that the film went into production though, Aykroyd agreed to make his first feature and direct it himself. And the film he led into production really was out there. Chase's rich financial publisher and Demi Moore's lawyer begin a road trip to Atlantic City, joined by a pair of eccentric Brazilian billionaires. They take a wrong turn and end up getting pulled over for running a stop sign by John Candy's small-town cop, before they're hauled in front of a 108-year-old Judge Valkenheiser, played with complete abandon and some crazy prosthetics by Aykroyd. The judge lives in a junkyard mansion straight out of a haunted carnival, with a wild maze of traps and contraptions, most of which seem pretty deadly. From there, the madness escalates. The quartet attempt to escape the Keeper of the Peace and his wild family, which includes Candy in drag as Eldona, the judge's silent granddaughter, and Aykroyd turns up again too as Bobo, one of 2 deformed grandchildren who aren't allowed inside. Oh, and the rap group Digital Underground, with a young Tupac along for the ride, are locked in the mansion too. Obviously, truly bonkers stuff. The production was massive. This was a major movie for the studio, no doubt about it, and would end up costing north of $40 million to make. When the studio saw Aykroyd's finished film, they requested considerable cuts just to reach a PG-13 certificate. It was meant to be Warner's Christmas 1990 release, amazingly enough, but when they realised it wasn't quite the vibe they were going for, they pushed it back to early 1991. And they changed the title from Valkenvania to Nothing But Trouble, a decision Aykroyd publicly revealed that he disagreed with. When it finally did arrive on February 15th, 1991, Nothing But Trouble was, perhaps not unexpectedly, met with scathing reviews. Roger Ebert despised it, called it a truly amazingly bad comedy, one for which he had nothing but sympathy for all the actors and even more sympathy for the audience. TV Guide called it one of the worst attempts at comedy ever filmed, and Entertainment Weekly noted that most of the jokes are so lame that Chevy Chase can't even bother to look nonchalant. A sadder excuse for a movie would be hard to imagine. As the Washington Post review put it, it's nothing but trouble and agony and pain and suffering and obnoxious, toxically unfunny, bad taste. It's nothing but miserable. And audiences seem to agree. It could only make it to number 8 in its opening week, trailing behind the likes of Silence of the Lambs, Sleeping with the Enemy, Home Alone, Dances with Wolves, and LA Story. So a pretty solid list of competitors, but it also made less than half the first week haul of the John Goodman comedy King Ralph, and was well behind our old sequel-palooza friend, The Neverending Story 2, an inglorious beginning for a big-budget, star-laden picture. Nothing But Trouble made just under $8.5 million domestically, nowhere near the reportedly almost $45 million production budget. The brutal reaction clearly impacted performance, but the change in title and oddly ill-fitting marketing did the movie no favours too. It was presented as more of a run-of-the-mill comedy when it clearly was nothing of the sort.
Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, John Candy, and Demi Moore are in Nothing But Trouble.
Boris Vallejo, the artist behind numerous beautiful film posters of the era, including Chase's vacation movies, was commissioned to create a really stunning illustration to promote the film, but the more commonly seen poster was as generic as they come. Releasing it as Valkenvania and playing up the horror-tinged concept more could well have introduced it to a different audience, because the crowd expecting another Spies Like Us were most certainly in for a shock. Maybe horror fans could have dug it if they understood what it actually was all about. Whatever they did end up with clearly didn't work for the people of 1991 though. But through the lens of a film to watch at Halloween all these years later, it kind of fits. The craft in the elaborate sets and the hugely imaginative devices and rides made the film look memorable. I'm not sure anyone could argue the quality of that work. The quality of the writing and directing though, many seem to question that. As it is, Dan Aykroyd remained a constant in pop culture, but Nothing But Trouble signified the end of his peak years of Hollywood power. He would never direct again and transitioned into more supporting roles and a position as a legacy star. He was talented, but needed a filter rather than free reign with a big budget, and nobody was going to offer him that again in Hollywood after Nothing But Trouble. In many ways, it also represented a wider bookmark for the end of the glory days of other superstar 80s comedians. Chase's career took a considerable nosedive in the 90s from his seemingly unassailable peak, relegated to a disastrous late-night chat show within 2 years. And Candy would, Cool Runnings aside of course, largely appear in flop comedies before his sad, untimely passing in 1994. In the eyes of critics and commentators, Nothing But Trouble was an unmitigated disaster, equal parts career derailing, gross and bemusing. The almost universal sentiment seemed to boil down to what on earth was Dan Aykroyd thinking, and how did he convince so many star names and even Warner Brothers to join him? Without a director like Landis to rein him in, as star writer and creative lead, Aykroyd had unabashed freedom to deliver his precise vision. And it was quite a vision. It has to be one of the weirdest wide-release comedies ever made. The fact that he has rarely spoken about Nothing But Trouble in detail since its release makes its existence even more fascinating to me though. A maverick vision all round, gonzo filmmaking at studio level, which we don't see too much of. Maybe for good reason, who knows. Comedians don't tend to get the power to make huge creative swings for the fences like this in Hollywood these days, and I'd argue that's a shame. It's definitely not a cozy viewing experience, but the fact that it is actually a bit disgusting feels like it's kind of the point. There is clearly some social commentary going on here, whether that is about the way rich snobs view people outside of their upper class bubble, or a metaphor for the way capitalism has fostered the decline of smaller communities and towns. The fact that Aykroyd risked his top-level career to tell this story is brave, or crazy, or both, and the fact that the studio agreed to finance and release it is also slightly insane. It could be genius, perhaps it's just madness, or maybe it's a combination of the two. It's not a film I am gagging to watch again instantly, but I'm glad I watched it again overall. I might crack it out next Halloween if I feel up to it. A film so strange it can't really be forgotten, even if many of those involved might wish that it could be. Performance art masquerading as a major 1991 movie release. Or maybe I'm just reading way too much into things. In the dark heart of the internet lurks a monster more terrifying for YouTube channels than any vampire, ghoul or goblin. Taker of views, devourer of reach, it's the algorithm, a force that doesn't just go bump in the night. But there is hope. You can help Culture Slice fight back against the chaos. Subscribing, liking, commenting, sharing, and hitting the hype button all make a big difference. You can also make sure you have your notifications on to avoid any ghosts in the machine stopping you from seeing our latest videos. And if you're prepared to go even further, then you can now become a Club Slice channel member. So help Culture Slice and help make sure you don't get left in the dark. Next up tonight, we're sneaking into a crazy secret world from 1989 that barely anyone saw in cinemas. With studio bankruptcy, legitimately creepy visuals, and concepts far beyond the limitations of its budget, this Beetlejuice for kids ended up taking an unexpected journey to the wrong side of the tracks. But could it have achieved so much more under different circumstances? Creepy suburban stories seemed to be all over pop culture in the late 1980s. It often felt like it was Halloween all year round. After the likes of Gremlins and Ghostbusters had hit pay dirt and Thriller had become the biggest music video ever earlier in the decade, Tim Burton's Beetlejuice proved that audiences would resonate with a monster mash of horror and comedy that carried an even more subversive edge. And it came at an opportune time. The rise of VHS in the 80s, with horror one of the defining genres in video rental culture, meant that scary movies were more prominent than ever before, even the ones that didn't light up the box office. By this point though, the straight-up slasher star was a bit played out. People had been fed a constant diet of Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street sequels, and offering a fresh spin on horror cliches was a welcome relief. The same year that Beetlejuice permeated pop culture, Bill Murray took a darker comic spin on A Christmas Carol in Scrooged, which cracked over $100 million in cinemas. Also in '88, Elvira, who had made her name on TV hosting late-night horror marathons with a knowing wink, got her own movie. It didn't do much in cinemas, but it did become a perennial video favourite, and not just for teenage boys. studios were soon scrambling to bottle that same lightning across both movies and TV. Joe Dante's The Burbs, starring Tom Hanks, arrived in '89, a satire with horror edges that is now rightly seen as something of a classic. A few months later, Tales from the Crypt launched on HBO, taking advantage of its premium cable home by getting gorier and funnier than it ever could on network TV. With this cultural backdrop, a film that took the creepy aesthetic but skewed it towards a slightly younger audience seemed to have every chance of becoming another hit from this broad mini-genre, especially one that starred Kevin from The Wonder Years. But sadly, things didn't quite work out that way when Little Monsters made it into the world. Well, two worlds actually, the one for humans and the one for monsters. Little Monsters was the debut screenplay of Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott. The premise was simple. What if monsters under the bed were real, but they were actually a vast network of pranksters who travel into our world at night to cause chaos? And what if a human boy befriended one of those monsters? So it's kind of like the story of Monsters Inc., just done more than a decade earlier and, wait a minute, it's exactly the same as Monsters Inc. We're gonna take down Disney in court so badly though. Actually, on second thoughts, moving on, the movie was made at Vestron Pictures, the film production arm of Vestron Video. The company had managed a surprise blockbuster in 1987 with Dirty Dancing, which eventually went on to make over $200 million in cinemas. The problem was, basically everything else they made was a flop, with the major studios jumping feet first into both VHS and genre films. Vestron had lost its competitive edge and had become overstretched financially. By the time Little Monsters entered production in 1988, the company was creaking at the seams. Richard Greenberg had been brought in as the director to bring the film's concept to life. Known for making title sequences and visual effects, his work on Arnold's 1987 banger Predator had earned him an Oscar nomination, but he'd never made a movie before, so it was undoubtedly a gamble. Still, with gory makeup by Robert Short, who won an Oscar in 1989 for Beetlejuice, and a sprawling monster world set built on a Delaware soundstage, the film was bound to look strikingly good for a late 80s family movie with a $5 million budget. Fred Savage starred as Brian, who discovers the existence of a monster called Maurice, played by Howie Mandel. Maurice introduces him to the world under his bed and the chaos that monsters unleash every night on our world. When Brian's younger brother, played by real-life sibling and future Boy Meets World Ben Savage, is abducted by the bosses of the monster universe, Brian must mount a rescue mission or risk becoming a little monster himself. By 1989, Fred Savage had become one of the hottest young stars in the world thanks to his role in The Wonder Years. I remember young Culture Slice being glued to that show every week, wishing I lived next door to Winnie. Anyway, with a monster-based concept that was absolutely on trend, a young household name as the lead, and the manic performance of Mandel as Maurice, Little Monsters looked at one stage like it could actually help save Vestron. Maybe. The only thing was, Vestron wouldn't really be releasing it at all. By the time the film was ready, the studio was auctioning off whatever it could and sold most of the Little Monsters cinema and video distribution rights to MGM, who had zero interest in spending money on promoting a major cinema release. It rolled out randomly on less than 200 screens in August 1989 and made under $800,000 in North America, peaking at number 25 in the box office chart. Without a major release behind it, many critics didn't even see it. Those that did generally acknowledged the sets, makeup and costumes, whilst also noting similarities with Beetlejuice, not least in Maurice. As the LA Times put it, there's sweetness and whimsicality in its fantasy, but there's also a fair amount of gross-out humour that seems designed to delight the nearly pubescent, even while it distresses their parents. Some of it is actually funny. 6 months after departing cinemas, Little Monsters would appear on VHS and later became a regular on cable TV, eventually finding an audience as it was discovered on the small screen throughout the 90s, but it would never come close to achieving what it may have been able to in cinemas. By that point, Vestron was gone. The company filed for bankruptcy in 1990, with all of its assets, including a library of 3,000 films, being sold in early 1991. Howie Mandel found the process of becoming Maurice, with the hours of makeup and layers of latex it required, so painful that he didn't make another movie for years. From his perspective, the difficulties didn't end up being worth it. The movie didn't turn out that great. I think there are people who like it, but I just didn't want to do it anymore. Writers Rossio and Elliott didn't love Little Monsters either. Neither of us much liked the finished film, a common occurrence for us. People buy the script and throw it out, and what they replace it with is obviously not as good. Obvious to everybody, of course, except the people in charge. The pair would go on to write Aladdin, The Mask of Zorro, Godzilla, Small Soldiers, Shrek, and the Pirates of the Caribbean films. So not a bad follow-up to a late 80s monster flop. Greenberg never directed again, returning to effects and title work. These days, Mandel is more famous for being a judge on America's Got Talent. As for Fred Savage, he made more movies, including part film, part Nintendo commercial The Wizard, before returning to school. He eventually shifted into a role as a TV producer and director, although more recently, his career doesn't seem to have been full of wonder years. It's clear that many of those involved don't look back on Little Monsters too fondly, especially after it couldn't even crack $1 million at the box office. But as a kid, it offered up exactly the kind of creepy, chaotic energy I wanted when I loaded a VHS tape. Rewatching it for this video as an adult, it still had its moments. It's far from perfect, but the imagination in the visuals alone was enough to make it worthwhile. I'm pretty sure that, when the time is right, my own children will find some joy in it when they're old enough. Roll on Halloween 2035. As for the suburban teen creepy horror tinge story genre, a title that is probably only ever going to be used by me, it never went away. From movies to TV shows like Are You Afraid of the Dark and books like Goosebumps, it became its own industry through the 90s and beyond. I guess families like being freaked out, just not too much, and preferably in a big house in a nice neighborhood. Sadly for Little Monsters, circumstances meant it never got the chance to truly tap into that market, having to settle instead for slipping quietly under the bed, waiting to be discovered on video and cable TV by kids who maybe never quite slept the same way again. For our final film tonight, we're turning wildly in the direction of a 1988 haunted Irish castle comedy that looked like it might have it all, but despite a crip's worth of familiar faces at its disposal, and coming from a director seemingly destined for Hollywood glory, this supernatural odd couple farce failed to take flight. But did studio meddling turn a potential Halloween comedy classic from treat to trick? Or was High Spirits actually just cursed from the start? Steve Guttenberg, Beverly D'Angelo, Daryl Hannah, Jennifer Tilly, Peter O'Toole, a whole host of recognizable bit part players in support, and at the helm, a hotshot director who already had an Academy Award nomination, making his debut in the Hollywood system. With a decent-sized budget and a return to the filmmaker's Irish homeland for the production, it seemed like High Spirits could really shake things up. But the film flopped and nobody seems to talk about it anymore. It's almost as if it disappeared in a puff of smoke. So how did a comedy with this much talent powering it end up haunting the VHS bargain bin rather than the box office? By the late 1980s, Neil Jordan's career was very much on the rise. He'd already been Oscar nominated for Mona Lisa, which proved he could combine genuine heart with gritty realism. The film established Bob Hoskins in Hollywood and meant that the industry was eagerly anticipating the director's next move. And that move soon became clear. He would make High Spirits to be released by US studio Columbia through their TriStar Pictures brand, a film seen as a chance for Jordan to explore Irish ghostly folklore in a mainstream comedy. It was a fascinating move. The cast soon filled out pretty impressively. Peter O'Toole, one of Britain's greatest actors, was on board. Steve Guttenberg, whose golden run in the 80s had covered hits like Police Academy, Cocoon and Three Men and a Baby, and Beverly D'Angelo, fresh off the Vacation movies, added recognizable modern headline stars. Add in a post-splash Daryl Hannah and a young Liam Neeson as ghostly love interests, along with the likes of Jennifer Tilly and Peter Gallagher, and respected British and Irish actors Liz Smith and Ray McAnally, it was a really interesting mix, and one of the most stacked comedy casts of the decade. In November of 1987, this stellar group decamped to County Limerick to deliver on that promise. The tale they were telling centered around the failing Castle Plunkett Hotel, which an American businessman wants to move to Malibu. In a last-ditch attempt to save the place, it is given a new lease of life when it's promoted as being haunted. But when a busload of American tourists arrive, the staff attempt to give them a haunted experience, as a couple of real-life ghosts turn up too. But can love conquer all, and will they manage to survive Halloween night? It was an intriguing concept backed up by solid players in front of and behind the camera. But soon, the interference from executives began. Jordan's concept was a dark satirical movie, closer in tone to his film The Company of Wolves than an Irish Ghostbusters, but the studio wanted something lighter, broader, and more mainstream Hollywood. Tensions ran throughout production, but they spilled over completely once it got to the edit. Test screenings of the director's first cut of the film did not go well, and executives behind the film shut him out of the process as changes were made in response. In Jordan's own words, after he was excommunicated from High Spirits, they ended up making a bland comedy out of what was meant to be a biting satire. The film would eventually appear on screens in this mangled form on November 18, 1988. Reviews were far from kind. Time Out called it a complete turkey, and the Boston Globe stated it isn't super, it isn't natural, it isn't high, and it isn't spirited. While the Washington Post simply noted writer-director Neil Jordan shows no knack for comedy. At best, it was seen as a silly sex comedy carried by the chemistry between the talent within it, but nothing more. It felt like what could have potentially been something memorable and unique had been turned into just another comedy. It didn't fare much better with audiences, landing at number 5 on opening weekend. High Spirits was overshadowed by the animation battle between Don Bluth's studio and Disney, although in saying that, it couldn't even do better than Ernest Saves Christmas, and it would only last a few more weeks in theaters. High Spirits ended up with a North American total of $8.5 million, barely more than half of its $15 million budget. And though it would be released across the world in the coming months, it would end up as little more than filler on cable TV in the years that followed. Jordan would later disown the film, never actually taking the time to watch the full finished cut of a movie that he felt, with some justification, had been snatched away from him. High Spirits would eventually be largely scrubbed from the director's Hollywood story. After another Tinseltown failure, the 1989 comedy We're No Angels starring Robert De Niro and Sean Penn, he went back to basics with The Crying Game in 1982, a low-budget British crime thriller. It would make such an impact that it earned more than $70 million worldwide on a $2 million budget, and would be nominated for numerous Academy Awards, with Jordan taking home Best Original Screenplay at the 1993 ceremony. 2 years later, he was ready to tackle Hollywood again, but this time did it with more success. Interview with the Vampire, an adaptation of Anne Rice's novel featuring a star-studded cast, made over $200 million in cinemas in November 1994. A film that couldn't have covered the supernatural in a more starkly different way to High Spirits, it finally proved Jordan could be taken seriously in Hollywood. The director would be reflective in later years on the experience of making High Spirits. The whole thing was compromised and became a monster. The studio took over the editing. It was a painful experience because as a director, you're not being allowed to finish your job. Over-ambition was to blame, the ambition of everybody to get into Hollywood. It would, however, teach him how to manage the relationship with studios and producers in his major films going forward. Though High Spirits might not have ended up as the movie Jordan wanted to make, and it would be interesting to see his cut, I definitely think it still has its charms, though it's inevitably a bit frayed round the edges given its difficult journey to the screen The quality of the talent involved means this farce is far from a total waste of time. Messy, sure, inconsequential maybe, and many of those involved might look back on it with anger, but like at least some of the other movies we've covered tonight, High Spirits was a unique enough prospect to deserve a bit more of an afterlife following its release. One other clear common denominator between all of our quartet of frightful flicks is, they weren't released in time for Halloween. Hello?
Hello?
Hello!
Hello? Hello?
Thanks guys, that's enough. But seriously, could you not have put these films out in October? I'm not saying they would have become blockbusters, but nobody wanted to watch Nothing But Trouble in February of 1991. Or seemingly ever. In the end, none of these movies were released to time up for Halloween, and they made a combined $21 million in cinemas. Coincidence? Well, yes, probably. They also share the fact that none came close to a sequel, even Nothing But Trouble, which kind of left the door open. Maybe unsurprisingly, nobody chose to walk through it. As it is, we might have to make do with these 4 films, making a truly wild Halloween movie marathon for the ages in Culture Slice's Haunted Towers this year. Join us if you're brave enough. Hey, you're still here. Awesome. Thanks for watching the whole video. All 4 hours of it. Hello? Hello? Anyway. There's plenty more to come from the Lost universe this year and beyond. Lost Blockbusters and Lost Comedies will both return soon. And make sure you're locked into Culture Slice so you don't miss what else we'll be sticking the word Lost in front of. We're currently on the road to 5,000 subscribers, so hit subscribe and turn notifications on if you fancy helping us out. It really does help YouTube know that the channel deserves to be discovered. If you really like what we do and want to see even more Culture Slice videos before anyone else, you can also become a Club Slice channel member. Your support means a lot. And on that note, see you again soon. Always wear your sunglasses at night. And yes, save Ferris.